Today's episode is sponsored by Prize Picks and my code HMA. Both Brendan and I are sponsored by Prize Picks, which is America's #1 sports app. The app is really easy to use. Just pick more or less, lock in your lineup, go out there and make yourself some money. Prize Picks is available in many of the states in the United States, including Texas and California. Though in Washington, you will still have to use it on a casino's network if you want to use the app in full. They've got a new user offer where if you put down $5 on a lineup, they will get you $50 in lineup when you either use my code, HMA, or simply just click the link down in the description section below. Terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details, and always remember to gamble responsibly. Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do. Thank you for watching on a wonderful champion Sunday afternoon. All Sundays when you win the championship are Seahawks Sundays. They belong to us. That's to the victor go the spoils. And while it has been so very enjoyable just to kind of ruminate on this championship, just to kind of enjoy it and just kind of live in this, it's also a lot of us getting already a little greedy, aren't we? We're looking at that next year, and we're already starting to turn a little bit of the page. And hey, let's face it, these championship off seasons go fast. Am I wrong or right? And so we're quickly going to be turned around to this. And the Seattle Seahawks have put together a very successful off season. It has been one that's not necessarily an easy one. I think that as much about the moves that you do make, it's sometimes, as I think about this off season for your Seattle Seahawks, about the moves that you don't make. I think there can be a bit of a drive and a pull to just get hyper aggressive. Why not? Just let it all loose. We got the championship in the bag already, so let's just cook it up even harder now, faster now at this point in the offseason. And instead, the team has taken, I think, somewhat of a conservative approach, sort of sniping the signings that they want to keep in house, playing the compensatory game, finding a way even within that strategy to then turn around and be able to basically fill back in what may have been lost, to know that you're not going to lose a supreme amount of steps from what did go out the door. For instance, being Jadeveon Price to Kenneth Walker, and I think that it's going to be very hard for him to match Kenneth Walker's production and be quite that. But can he supply a guy that gives you the 200 carries that can be above average as running back in what he supplies on those carries and running the rock? I think there's a good chance that he can potentially do that, especially with having an offense that's going to be well set up for him to have that kind of success. Likewise, you lost Tariq Woolen, you lost Kobe Bryant, so a couple secondary guys go. You bring in 3 in this draft. All 3 guys, including Fuller, I think into even to the depths of the draft, have a real chance here to be able to make some impact on this team. Have a real chance to all 3 of them make the team and even displace what you already have on the back end of the roster, because they just are such good players and they bring a certain skill set here that the other guys currently in-house may not have. We'll see. That'll be the beauty of the competition as it kicks off here into OTAs and into training camp, and we'll see how it goes. But one position remains. One position remains that you look upon and you say, okay, we're not bad there. We're not missing there. We're not as bad as we've been in some years going into it, folks. I'm telling you what, I can remember the years where you walked into it and you were going, all right, we're gonna go out here and see if Darrell Taylor can fix this. Darrell Taylor, Benson Mayo, and Bruce Irvin. There's the centerpiece of our pass rush. And Bruce at that time, a little bit advanced age. A good player was Bruce, but at this point, he was not a guy you want to be making a linchpin of your pass rush off the edge. And so you do look to now and going, okay, well, we got the 3. We don't have exceptional production. DeMarcus Lawrence had a fantastic year last year. The team perfectly suited him into that spot. At the same point in time, he's getting very old. And how many snaps can you rely upon him as he gets in advanced age? Uchenna Nwosu had a great 5-game run. But around that, the production was kind of not the best. Even the playoff production was kind of not the best coming from him on that side of it. And then Derek Hall at least did seem to kind of climb forward as a player all around last year. And then that was including putting a stamp on it with a couple sacks in the Super Bowl itself. But still, you have a need for one more, both due to the need for the impact and for the need of understanding the reinforcement of age. The other couple of guys you're going to have on this roster on the back end are going to be guys that I think are going to be to suit to a role here. And that role being that Mike McDonald's defense in a lot of ways, and we can have some arguments and debates about this, but in a lot of ways kind of starts with the power edges. As I've often said, and being able to, in the run game specifically, stop the run game, term them one-dimensional, and then the rest starts to kind of unfold from there within his concepts defensively speaking. But you have to have the bigger edges to do that. You have to have the strong guys to do that. You have to have the power guys to be able to do that. And I think what the team has done here with already still having DeMarcus Lawrence on the roster, Derek Hall's kind of as a power edge and how he's built, but then even the back end guys here that still do kind of remain. Your Mike Morris, your Ivy, the Hubbard kid you took out of Northwestern. These are all going to be more power-ish edges off that way, that they're going to be kind of that insurance reinforcement. So what I mean by this then is that I think Seattle's in a position here to look for just pass rush almost purely here, and that what they can be looking for is just that guy that's maybe going to give them the best pass rush. And we're going to look at the options that are available to them, but also worth considering within this is the fact that the Seattle Seahawks have the 8th most amount of salary cap space as it stands right now in the NFL. That's a lot of cap space. They're still sitting on almost about $38 million, or not 38, sorry, $33 million. But then it's a 1-2. So never think about it just cap space. Think about it too as far as dead money goes. How much dead money you also have on the books, because it's the combination of that that really tells you the true story about where you are cap health wise, about what moves you can and cannot make. The Seattle Seahawks still only have $500,000 of dead money on the books. That's by far the least amount in the entire NFL. Keep in mind that there are teams that are on the books right now that have $91 million of dead money, $111 million of dead money, $73 million of dead money. I am not talking about cap space. I'm talking about money counting on their books, 2 players no longer on their roster. So Seattle Seahawks are finding themselves in a very good shape to know that cost is no option here. You can go buy one of these guys on a 1-year flyer deal. It's not going to hit you that hard in the books. You can still make other moves. It doesn't have to be this one-off situation. But now the question comes in as we go just before we're going to take a look at these players available and probably the best ones available or who could become available here as we try to look a little bit towards the deadline within this as well, because that's going to be the interesting thing is I come back to the old saying, a bird in the hand worth 2 in the bush. Do you want to trust in what you have now for the certainty of what it brings versus the proverbial about what you could get? And from John's case, as he looks to the market right now, as we're going to look to these players, you have a very similar kind of situation with all of these guys going on. Most of them are a little bit older. Most of them are still very productive pass rushers at the very minimum. Some give you a little bit more than that. Most of them are not going to cost a lot. You could maybe go 1-2 here and be like, well, I'll just soup this pass rush up. I double dip on this. I never have to come back around to this again this season. So be it. But then also there's that marker of then waiting and the potential of the deal down the road. So, okay, well, what if I think about this to the trade deadline if I'm John's shoes and I just get the one guy now, or I hold off right now? Does the Crosby guy become available later on with the Raiders? And now I have that opening in full. And now I even have that extra cap space that I didn't throw the 1-year or 2 1-year flyer deals out there. Now I've got that also in tow. And I can really then just really be able to afford everything all the way around on this deal and bringing a guy like that in. And so from John's perspective here, I think he's in a little bit of a, as someone, because I know one of the common questions I'll be asked today is, why haven't we signed an edge yet? Why hasn't Fowler been brought in yet? Why haven't we gotten this done? And I think it's going to be a great question when it's asked, and it's going to be asked quite a bit here on the show, I'm sure, but it's also one that I think that John's wrestling with this. And that's why I wanted to do this show today, is that I think that he's wrestling with conceptually, where exactly is the right spot to go and grab on this? Where can I go and get the best one? Because in a lot of these guys, as you'll see, there's some differences in what they bring and don't bring to the table, but which one is actually the one that, is going to bring us maximum impact, and how can I potentially maybe just wait to go and then land that guy down the line that'll give me maximum impact? And then the final layering of this is, before we get to these players and look at them, is the fact that you could end up as the boy at the dance without a dance partner, that you end up on the wall, one leg up on that wall, shaking your head because all of the girls have been grabbed already. And I think that's where this is also the one extra part that does not make this part for John's job easier on trying to determine these moments, because I know from his perspective, you're really thinking, I can find that extra thing here that's like my Lawrence-like guy that we grabbed last year. The one guy out there that maybe people are just kind of ignoring, where there's some value there to be had and the fit to this defense, but it's not quite right there right now. It's kind of right there right now, but maybe a little bit longer down the way it could be down there. But you have these guys go off the board and get signed. You wait on into training camp. And as I've tried to do some research for the show and take a look at it, a couple of things have stood out to me. And I don't see anybody that's going to necessarily become available at training camp of real note as far as trade goes. You're now going to be more rolling the dice on that situation into trading into the trade deadline if you're going to kind of wait it through this period into that point, which is, can be a bit of a dicey proposition, let's face it. But then the other part that kind of then really pushes this down and makes it hard as well is that there are players you might look at and say, this guy's going to be available here maybe with this team. They're not going to be good. He'll be available at the deadline. Or this guy won't, same conditions over here with this team, and then he should be made to be had if you can give up the right cost. But the problem then becomes, as I'm going to get some suggestions for some of these guys, I'm sure of it, the problem becomes cost and dead money. And you can look at a guy that might be even a kind of lowish end guy that you think down the line to the trade deadline, like let's say, the often mentioned guy here out with the Vikings, or not the Vikings, sorry, with the Saints. Spacing on his name here at the moment, so let me bring it up. Carl Granderson, not tremendously expensive. A lot of people would look at him and go, okay, well, what about that guy? Bring him as a pass rushing edge. He's not going to give you a lot there. But even his deal with the Saints gets a little bit kinked up a bit here. Saints don't really have the cap space to even take on the dead money of his bonus. They put void years on the end of the deal. You get the kind of the combination of the two elements on guys you might look to targets. You might be sitting there going, well, I'm not even looking at a star, Brando. I'm looking at a guy kind of right in here. He'd be just a solid addition, just kind of right in the mix, kind of what you had with Boye. And I'd say I'd understand, but there's going to be a lot of guys you'll have to eliminate because of the principles now of what we've got being brought into bear, being both the bonus money and now this void thing. Where think about it from a general manager's standpoint on letting a player go that you put void years on. Because what's the point of void years? To say, we're going for it. Our team is badass, and they're about to go take names, and they're about to go win championships, and if we can just maximize this cap in full, if we can just cheat a little bit, grab a little bit from the future, and I'm not talking burying guaranteed money down the line, I'm talking literally ripping cap space from our future for now. Let's go get this. And it's becoming a little bit more of the industry standard to where I think it's extending even beyond that. Example, Exhibit A, the Saints are doing this. Like, what are you doing? Like, just Saints, Loomis, bite the bullet, right? Just bite the bullet, man. But they have void years onto it. So now you have the combination here that you go to this team to and you say, okay, I like this player. He's not sensational. He's kind of a little bit above average, but he's going to help us on fulfilling out this 4-stack of pass rush. But the conundrum then comes into play of the Saints come back to you and say, okay, yeah, but we've got $16 million left in bonus. But then we also got $9 million left in void money that we're going to eat down the line on this. So you got to give us more back in return. He might only be worth next year at the deadline a fourth in trade value, but now you got to give us back a second because of the cost that we have to sustain. So there's a lot of guys here as we look down the line, if John waits, that all off the board. Just because of this reason where the team can't sustain the dead money, has a little bit of some, we call it part of the sort of sunk cost fallacy, right? I've put all this into him. I've put these void years into him. I don't want to let that go. Let me just kind of hold on to hope the dream will kind of shake itself out a little bit and come back around. So that's where I see there being a potential problem on this if you're going to potentially wait from John's perspective. You got to have some kind of acknowledge from some general manager where you're like, okay, look, let's just say this season your dream doesn't come true and you guys find yourself where everybody's projecting you to go. And you've got this guy here that you can maybe let us have, and I'll give you, you know me, I'm not going to chisel you. I'm not a chiseler. I'll give you good value. But then let's just agree that that's going to be, you're not going to, start shopping our deal around. You're going to be like, man, you gave me good value right now. You gave me certainty right now. Bird, hand to bush. So John's probably trying to set the stage for this if he can't get this done right now, but it is the quandary John's under right now of strike now, wait later. Grab for the now, gives me a really solid player. Maybe wait till later. I get that. Right now I get that. Yeah. Later I get that. What would you do? What would you guys do? Well, let's go through some of these options. Let me bring up a couple of these. I've got some little cool little graphs, and none of these are in order here necessarily. We're just going to kind of peel through a few of these for fun and kind of tear through these. Dante Fowler, of course, was the guy that was widely connected to the Seattle Seahawks here right up to the draft, and that things have seemed to have cooled down a little bit. Is that because some of these other players have gotten more interest from other teams at this point, and the price has gone up? Is that because John wants to sit and wait because he thinks that there's something maybe bigger that can come up for him? Fowler is a guy that would fit to the defense. He has both, as this card says, some speed rush elements, but he also has some power elements he can bring as well. A guy that gets quick wins, former top 5 pick in the draft. You can see from his PFF grades even from last year, but this is kind of along the lines of what you're going to get from him as a player right now, which gives you a little bit above average pass rush. And just to kind of go back again on this to give you guys perspective on this, here's what you're sort of, sorry, what the hell happened here? What? And then, okay, that gets removed. So this is what we got here in Boye Mafe. This is kind of what we're at least hoping as a baseline. I think as a floor you're hoping to replace, but you'd love to get better than this, certainly if you can. And I think Seattle can in this case. Kayvon Mafe, 2022, comes in as an older rookie. Through 2025, you can see those are his PFF grades, his overall grades on the far left-hand corner. So 64, 78, 74, 77. So right in kind of that middle 70s is about what he averaged when you take kind of out the rookie year where he's still kind of learning his way. He was both solid as a run defender and even better as a pass rusher last year by his rating. He had 35 quarterback hits. This would be more off of your kind of advanced football stats. These aren't the PFF numbers when it comes to the lower numbers. These are just more of what I'd call sort of your base stats separate from a PFF, so we can get kind of the full look. 18 sacks the last 4 years, so not phenomenal production there in 51 games. You're losing a little bit of that relentless motor, some of that explosiveness, some of that semi-twitch that can kind of exist in him. And then just some extra stats here that are just of note to watch with this as we go through some of these cards. 2022, tough year for him all the way. He was learning. So let's kind of kick that out. 23 turns out to be kind of his best year. 58 pressures, 9 sacks, 42 hurries. Really had a good overall year there. A sack for 7 or 8 straight games that season. I think he set a Seattle Seahawks record. 2024, 47 pressures, 6 sacks, 36 hurries. So a little bit of a dip. And then last year, almost replicates what he did in 2024 with the 40 pressures, 2 sacks, and 36 hurries. So we have in Mafe, not necessarily to me something that's going to be an impossible spot to overcome here. And I think especially as you can see, I've concentrated on the sacks because as I made at the top of this with my initial point, I think a big part of this is that, hey, we've got the run stuffers in here to handle that if we need to put this guy into just a situational role. And especially considering probably what's going to be some of the age that you're going to be dealing with on some of these players, that's probably worth considering. Now, we've got for the 2025 stats here for Fowler, he got 15 quarterback hits. He was with the Cowboys last year. I know this got the Commanders deal here, but he was with the Cowboys last year. 6.5 sacks, 23 total tackles in 11 games played. So pretty good production considering just the 11 games played. You can see the draw from Seattle here to him as he gives him this kind of gives you some of that safety net of what you're getting here. He's not got any great hole into his game or some massive place that you're going to have to protect. You can trust him out there on rundowns. He's played in defenses like the Cowboys in the past that have run a lot of stunts. He's got familiarity with dirty like Lawrence. So you're going to have a lot of familiarity with how to use him. There was a little bit of question, I think, when it comes to what is he going to be able to hold up from an injury standpoint. I think that's an important one when you're talking about this being the reinforcement for some of the age and some of the injury concerns you've had on the rest of this roster. I mean, even Derek Hall last year missed a couple of games with an oblique injury. So a guy that could give you some, ability to penetrate into the backfield, even in the run game a little bit in that way. A guy that has been a pretty consistent vet, edge, rusher, gun for hire type guy that he's going to give you, what you're getting in him. It's just kind of all down to what's the cost going to be. I'd estimate with him it would be pretty low and that you're going to be probably in that 1 year sort of $6 million a year deal. It's probably about the right spot, but a guy that could come in and give you pretty quickly increased production over what you got off of Mafe, especially we're going to use the metric of sacks because Mafe only had, of course, last year, just 2 sacks. Other guy up here is Kyle Van Noy. This is another one of those kind of lower end options. Wouldn't be super costly, but a guy that just goes out every year and still just produces. You have the familiarity in the Mike McDonald defense. Only 11 games played last year, the same number that we just saw with Fowler. This guy had 8.5 sacks, 9 tackles for loss, 31 tackles. He provides you some ability to play some will linebacker occasionally. You can kind of move him all around the defense As you see here with his grades in 2025, solidly graded as a player all the way around. Again, there's a little bit of question on injury. A couple of these guys are really old. He's getting like really old, or how much is there really left in the tank here that we can call upon? But if you got 11 games in this kind of production and that alone, this is where we come back to my thought process on the double up factor. Because it's like if I got a Fowler and a Van Noy that I know can only play collectively 17 games between them, but I can kind of combo them together with the other three edges, you just sort of stitch together this edge group that'll be just enough pass rush wise. And it's a blanket, it's not going to cover your feet, but it'll get over the rest of your body. So this would be a little bit of one you could do with that, again, knowing that maybe with the Fowler he costs $6 million. Maybe with the Van Noy he costs you like a $5 million. So now you got two edges you got in on 11. Is that a better way to go? First, another guy that we might look at in this draft, like a Joey Bosa, not draft, but in this free agent period. And he's got a little bit of some derpiness going on here in the photo. Just ignore that. But Joey Bosa would be the guy that would be a little more expensive. Coming off the Buffalo Bills, and he's had 8.5 sacks last year. But again, back to the old Bosa ways, 8 games played, injuries just always seemingly being a factor. When he's out there, like his brother, he's a force and he's a problem. I think that there is still some times with him. I think his run defense grade is good on the PFF grades with this here. But I will say that I'm watching the Buffalo Bills games last year when he's on the field, run defense wise. I wasn't tremendously impressed with what he has going on. I sometimes get a little bit of the Trey Hendrickson vibes off of Bosa, in that they both will be guys that are kind of out there seemingly kind of hunting as pass rushers, and they're dealing with the run begrudgingly. And that combined with the fact that there is a little bit of just the 8 games played, combined with the fact that the guy's going to probably cost you like $10 million, $11 million on a 1-year deal, maybe would make me make this one a little bit hesitant from my standpoint here. Especially with the pass rush grade coming. I don't know. He's a little bit of a tough one for me, and has always been so with it. And those injuries have just been for him a yearly occurrence. Going back, it seems like forever. I know he probably had like one random year he played 16, 17 games, but just every other year it's just half the schedule's chopped off for him. And at that cost, I don't know if I could go there with Joey Bosa, but he does remain open on the free agent market. I mean, that's with all these guys so far that I've mentioned, that does become the case, and that is not the case here with Kayvon Thibodeaux. Now, reportedly off the market, you question though, how long can this, and he's got the stats wrong here on this one. Sorry, my graphics a little bit off on this. Explosive first step, closing speed, high upside. This is another guy that you're taking with as much as any guy on this list that I'm going to supply to you guys. Here's the one with the maybe most potential upside. Now, also the biggest potential bust factor. I had an injury last year. I know that this has got him at 11 sacks. That was the prior year they've got posted here. Last year, only a couple sacks, dealing with injuries. How much is this guy all about ball? How much is he a fit to the Seattle Seahawks culture? How much can you get the Giants to eat some of the salary? Because he's going to cost $14 million. And I don't think after you've given up trade capital, you're wanting to bring him in on a 1-year, $14 million deal. But if you can get the Giants to eat a significant portion of that and then come back around and go, okay, we'll be at, $7 million or something. You eat half, we eat half. Maybe it makes it a little bit more feasible. It's a little more feasible in that way. And you can have him rotate in and say, look, you got to go for broke. You're in a contract year now. You're trying to earn your money. And maybe you get the most motivated version of Kayvon Thibodeaux at that point. We've seen this in players many times before, right? That archetype guy. And look, I don't know if it's true on this. I got to say this. It's often mentioned about his love of the sport and whether he has it or not. And I have my suspicions, and I don't know. But there are those guys in NFL history or in any other sport history that have been those guys that don't necessarily have that love of the sport. They get into the contract year, they lock the F in, and they have their best season suddenly in their free agent year. And maybe that's not the worst of things to have happen here with Thibodeaux, being that even if your intention then isn't to trust him after he gets signed, we can get right back into this compensatory cycle where every year we're finding players to turn through the compensatory system. Every year we're finding the returns back for whatever we lose in some shape or another. It's not going to be apple for apple. It isn't exactly what you lose back in compensation, but you're always getting something back in return. And so that's where this could make some sense from John looking at this with a bit of a long-term outlook on it as well. There is always too, if he just goes completely ham, that you can just franchise tag him and do the Frank Clark treatment after the year. So that's also another possibility here, but this would be the biggest kind of boom bust of my list here that I'd supply you guys on this. I'm not sure I'm in the same place with it, but he is one that would be interesting. And there's a reason he was a former top 12 pick or whatever in the NFL draft, where, you know, people feel like this guy's just got all the talent in the world. It really is about desire, heart, hunger, how much you want it, how much you love football. It's really, I think, what probably is going to determine whether or not he gets on to having that kind of career that people thought he could have as far as an upside coming out of college. Haason Reddick, this is a little bit more of your, to me, kind of more finessey edge rush guy that you're talking about here. I don't think he had that many sacks last year either. I think I got my stat production on the stats below. They're taking it from the prior year. See, AI is not taking over yet. It's not taking over yet. Yeah, he's only had two and a half sacks. So this is grabbing data from random years here. I'm sorry about that, but not very productive for the Buccaneers last year. 18 sacks. You want a quick win guy off the edge, snatch the edge type guy. As it says here, explosive first step. I should have checked these ratings. So sorry, I thought I had the ratings I checked were right, but I think it's got its ratings off as well. As his PFF grades are not up that high. So just ignore the grades. He was only 57 last year. So I don't know what happened there. So yeah, he's not outside of the grades here with Reddick. Anybody that's watched him recently, I just want to post this up because he get mentioned. 2 sacks last year. This is a guy that's definitely winding down. I know he's only 31 years old, but 6'1", 240 pounds, not really a fit to the defense size-wise. Not going to spend a long time on him. It's just not happening there. Not happening there, Captain. Jadeveon Clowney. Now, y'all know this is one of my long-held, never will let it die kind of hopes that we can bring him back into the fold. Jadeveon may not have any fit here. There may be something where last time he was here, something went amiss and the team's just not interested or whatever's happening there. I don't know on that. But I do know that 2 years ago, Jadeveon Clowney had the best year of his career in what has been a very, 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 very strong pro career. He gets battered around for being that number 1 overall pick and never being the Hall of Famer that everybody said that he should be coming out of college. But he's a guy that has consistently produced every year of his career. He just shows up, plays the run, supplies pass rush. You want me rotational? Fine, I'll be rotational. And he's a guy that's had to spend a lot of his career under the, heavy weight of a lot of double teams because he tends to be the best and the only pass rusher on his team when he's there. Last year with the Cowboys, another strong season, another one of the more stronger graded edges in the NFL. Both gives you the run defense and a good pass rush there. 7.5 sacks last year, 10 games played. So, you do have a little bit of that at play with him to a degree as far as the injuries go. We dealt with that when we had him here prior, as he had the, I think it was the hernia. But another guy that's has a history of signing 1-year deals. Not going to cost you a tremendous amount of money to bring him in. As purified fit on this list that I'm going to supply you guys of these guys. This is as purified a fit as you will find for this defense. Big, really long, really strong, understands how to run himself in this defense the right way. So what I mean by that is that Jadeveon's limitations end up kind of working in his favor in this defense. And that is that I'm not a bender. I'm not an edge snatcher. I can try to round the arc, but I'm not going to probably do it great. But what I can do is forklift you. I can turn you into a tackle dummy. And if you give me an extra step of build-up speed to get to my pure full explosiveness, there's very few tackles in this league that can root down in the ground and stay stable and are not getting run right back into the pocket. So think about that from a quarterback perspective. I have this player over here prior to the snap, every time launching off the ball, and whether he's getting to me, he's walking my tackle back into the backfield, and I have to react to that. And that's where people will come back and say, well, he doesn't give you as many sacks. He doesn't give you as many. It's like, yeah, but look what he's doing. This is why I work so great in Mike McDonald's defense, is because you do that in McDonald's defense, that's great. I can work my stunt game off that. I can work my simulated pressures off that. I can work my blitzes off that. Then when you start to put a double team to his side, and this is one of the reasons Jadeveon gets double teamed so much, is just to make sure on certain plays you can eliminate that factor fully. Now my other guys get a chance to hunt better. And really, do you want to try to double him with what I have here on the rest of my defensive line? I pound the table hard for Jadeveon, but not without reason. not costly, pure fit, best season of his career, not just 2 years ago in this very defense under our very coach. I can't make a stronger case on this one. As your fourth edge, as a guy that I guarantee you is going to be open to the thought process of going out there and getting a championship. And he will be as hungry a guy as you'll have out there in that locker room getting after it based on, what I know about the guy. So I'd love to see it. I know I pounded the table hard on this one, but I think this one's where it makes a lot of sense right now if you were to jump on this one versus some of the other alternative options. But I think a lot of these guys have a lot of parts to them that do make sense. But he is as physical and pure fit, I think, this defense as you find of this group. We've got Von Miller, the man that has lamented multiple times over this offseason about the fact that he had an offer on the table between the Seattle Seahawks and the Commanders last year. Which do you want, Von? Chasing one more chip, Von. Which one do you want? Gonna get you third? Gonna get you third? He went with the Commanders. So, lamented that. 11 games last year, 5.5 sacks. Actually had 9.5 sacks last year. Again, my stat column's off on this one. So played in only like 30% of the snaps last year, 9.5 sacks. This is going to be your edge snatcher, your vet edge that has all the pass rush moves in the book and can feel off contact, can counter what he's sensing from the offensive lineman almost on his own to create production. One thing that's nice about all these edges that you get, that was something that I sort of had kind of as a light bulb moment as the years went along, watching these edges through the years, and especially the vet edges that get past that 30 years of age, especially the ones that do have the toolkit, that they will understand how to set up that tackle throughout the course of the game to be able to push the button at the moment they want to push it. Like I've had him leaning to that edge all game long, and I'm going to cross face counter him here at just the right moment when we need a play defensively on a key 3rd and 9, game on the line. Boom, boom. Oh, I came inside. You overset. And that's what a guy like this can do. I don't know if he's going to give you a lot anymore as far as a run defender goes. Don't know how vibrant the pass rusher is going to be for another year now, as he is a guy that's relying on quickness and speed. He's not a size guy like Clowney or some of these other guys on this list, like Cam Jordan we're going to look at. It's like at least they got the built size, so if they lose some of the quickness, they can go back to the strength. Can't do this much with Vaughn, but you can't deny the production has still been very efficient as a pass rusher despite some of the advanced age. That part does stand out. Cam Jordan is the other guy that's an interesting one in the mix on this. Bigger edge, been around forever. And again, the production is better than what this is showing on the side, so sorry that the deal's off on that, but he is a guy that even last year got over 10 sacks on a team that was not good. And I think when you look at him, you're certainly, at first like swayed off by how old he is, because he has been here since 2011. But then you're just blown away by the productivity as far as the pass rush goes. And you do go, man, it just, 2019, 15.5 sacks, then 8 sacks the next year, basically 12.5, 2021, 8.5, 22. Has a dip, then 2 years, 23, 24, comes back last year, 47 tackles, 10.5 sacks. And again, that's on a bad team. That's on a bad team. Plays all 17 games. And that's the other notable part about this guy is you start to look at older edge rushers who are, a little bit more in that place of the risk of, is that guy going to hold up? Von Miller, are you going to hold for a full year? Haason Reddick, Bosa. Well, here in this guy, you have a guy that I think he's like missed one game or something his whole career. So you're getting a guy that's very durable, and that despite the fact he is old, he does play. He's going to be out there. And again, double-digit sack. Last year there was 28 guys in the NFL, 28 that had 10 sacks or more. Cam Jordan was one of them. And to add that as your fourth pass rusher, and again as a guy that might be able to give you maybe a little bit more as a run defender than some of these other guys where they're at with their career right now in that way. That part also does stand out. Cost, probably going to be a little bit more than Von Miller. Probably going to be a little bit more than Dante Fowler. But is it worth it here? Maybe so. Maybe so. Very interesting to see how many games he's been able to play through his career, but you do also have a little bit of that dip. Part to think about, though, too, with this, as I've talked about it, is you guys know I like my theories. Always working on my theories, and I've got the prey on the weak theory, which is one of my newest ones. which is that John, I think, is at times targeting some of these bad teams for certain players because he likes the concept of atmosphere, culture, environment. I'm a good player in a crappy environment, crappy culture, a losing environment, losing culture. What does that do to me mentally? What does that do to me mentally over a year's span? Does that diminish me even if I have a spirit of competitiveness, even if I want to be a champion? And if I happen to then go from that team to a team that can sort of take those locks off my doors and allow me the potential to actually be in that other environment, the complete opposite, the 180 degrees the other way, can I soar even higher as a player? Can I be even better as a player? Can you get your best version of me as a player? And I don't think you're going to get the best version of a Cam Jordan here necessarily, but it is, I think, worth noting that you have a guy here that's been grinding along here on an organization that's moved on from the Peyton Breeze era, has sat in cap hell here year in, year out, and seemingly doesn't know how to get themselves out of it. And he's been a good soldier the whole time, hasn't complained, just gone about his business, produced, Hall of Famer. Would be an interesting guy to add to maybe the puzzle here. Let's wait a second here. I got one more here before we get over to Max here, and that's Leonard Floyd. So Leonard Floyd, another guy that just every year seems to produce. I got to double check that my stuff is actually correct on this because it's been messing it up, and I think it is off on this, and it is. So he only had 3.5 sacks last year as he was with I think it was Falcons last season. I think worth noting here is, though he only had 3.5 sacks, I know it says 9.5 sacks again, just to avoid the stat column on this. It went wonky on me as I was messing with this right as I was leading up to the show. But he's a versatile edge, 3-4. He's played in a variety of different defenses. He's tended to get pretty consistent pressure throughout his career. You get a little bit of the length and size with him. He gives you some all-around play with the run defense to being also a pass rusher. You have in Atlanta last year a team that drafted 2 edges in the first round. Braylon Trice. It's kind of, I think Ebiketie was still there last year, if I'm not mistaken. Like, it was still a very stacked room up as far as their edge went. And I wonder if he got caught a little bit in the numbers game of that just to a degree last season. But a guy that has still remained and been a very good player. Can't remember if he's actually ever played in this defense per se, but I'm sure he's played in something closely aligned to it at some point or another in time. But it wasn't as much. Look, he is getting older, and his PFF grade was not 74. It was 60 last year. Again, sorry, I thought I had at least right, but 60 was his grade last year. And so a guy a little bit, it is a diminishing spot here, 33 years old. You can certainly look at this one and go, okay, I think we're having a guy that's getting close to, down to the end. I think I'd be very surprised to see the team looking at him right now. I think that they can go out there and get a little bit more of that certainty of floor here as just the pass rusher, be it with the Fowler, right? Or be it with Bosa if you really want to go hard there to it. Von Miller's there too with it. So if you're going for more of the certainty, I think you're divvying away from Leonard Floyd, but it's also a bit of representation of how this kind of starts to fall off. And you start to get into that ville of things where it's like, okay, you can go to guys here down in free agency, but it's like, it's a little bit on the weaker end of it. The other guy that's, of course, the guy that looms there, that sits there, that is the one that, Maxx Crosby is the one that just sits there at all times. You go, okay, I'm not going to go back into it again. You got your game wrecker. You got your true impact player. You got the guy that you can't get probably any other way here. It's a little bit why John was willing to make that trade deadline deal for Crosby last year at the deadline. So when this kind of guy doesn't become available very often. So I got to strike, I got to overpay, but I got to strike when the opportunity is there to pay appropriate rates, to be willing to ante up a little bit, because that doesn't come along the line very often. We'll see if it does again here at some point or another, or if it's all true and that he's going to remain there with the Raiders and they're just going to try to run it back again with him this year. We'll see. We'll see on that one. And I'm sure, John's definitely on the lines to having clarity from the Raiders on what their intention is so that he knows whether or not to potentially wait here in this situation and try to make another run at him around the trade deadline. But his sort of shadowy presence over the top of this, his silhouette over the top of these other players that right now sit on the open market really does loom large, because that is the potentiality of what you could go beyond what you could grab right now. That is that daydream down the road that could, really take you over the top as a team versus a guy that just is a helpful addition to the rotation. To me, this is the struggle here for John as he kind of looks at this. A couple of other just options here as far as if all else fails, a couple backup plans down the line, or guys that could become available if the teams are unable to compete this year, right? On teams that might have a little bit of a struggle. So Alex Wright of the Browns, don't know if he'd be available, but maybe a guy that you could take a look at. Jermaine Johnson here was traded to the Titans, I know, from the Jets. But with the Titans, are they going to be good this year? Or is there intention to pay Jermaine Johnson? If you can't get to a contract, does he maybe get to the deadline and he becomes a bit of a piece that they're willing to maybe move at that point? Doris Armstrong with Washington Commanders coming back off a major injury, but a guy that's got familiarity with dirty. Maybe a guy that becomes available down the line. Nick Herbig is a guy that I think has made a little bit of noise already there with the Steelers, not necessarily loving his role right now where he's kind of stuck on the depth chart behind Highsmith and Watt and not really having a true place and path to getting on the field, despite the fact he had about 7 sacks last year. But on that list, hopefully you can kind of see, and what's at the heart of this, and will be interesting on the discussion with you guys today in regards to this, is what do you do from John's standpoint of it, knowing that there is a little bit of that cliff? I have said that there's market opportunities here and there are guys to sign, but in all things, if you wait, you risk the chances of that not still remaining the case. And right now, Seattle has the money to do this. Seattle has the intention to do it. There are the players to go get it. But does John know a little bit of something about the fact that there may be something better available more down the line? Or does he perhaps just want to wait and let the market settle out just a little bit more? Maybe he doesn't like the pricing where it's at right now. Maybe some teams are coming in on some of these edges right now and saying, hey, we didn't get our guy in the draft. We didn't like what was in the draft. And let's face it, this draft wasn't great. So as far as edges are concerned, you could understand why there might be more teams now knocking on the doors of some of these remaining vet edges saying, hey, we like the opposite. We like the thought process that you hear more than drafting this guy over here, which I would get because that was part of what I was saying through the drafting process is if I'm trying to actually add edge impact for this year, the draft was not where it was at to be found. Maybe some of those guys have a long-term potential that they can bring, but not this year, not the later guys. And so Seattle seems to have recognized that, and there are guys that can, of course, bring that. If you guys can for me, please do hit that like button. It is much, 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 much appreciated. I really thank you guys for all you guys watching. If you guys didn't get a chance to check it out, just as a note, I released the first episode this week of what's going to be a 5-part mini-series called The Year of Kubiak. And so if you didn't get a chance to check that out, it will be a little 5-parter. Just kind of an in and out on Kubiak's year last year, having a lot of fun with it. The feedback's been really great. In fact, as soon as we finish up the show tonight, I'll be getting back in the midst of doing some filming to get that set up and hopefully get the second episode out to you guys here probably about midweek or so. We'll have that second episode out, and hopefully every week throughout the rest of this month here, we'll get a new episode out to you guys approximately. And I thank you guys for watching on that side of it. Let me just give a quick shout out, if I may, to the sponsor of the channel, which is, of course, you know the name, Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the #1 sports app running the game today. And when you use my code HMA, put down a $5 lineup, they'll put 50 into your lineup. You can get in the basketball. You get baseball with the Mariners. They're in full swing right now, of course. Put a little bit of a combination lineup, take the over, take the unders on them. You can see right now here, I've actually gone for the over on some of these seasonal picks here in the NFL. So you've got Jadeveon Price. You got him at 725 yards, rush yards here for the year. I've gone over. Jackson Dart, 3,200 yards. My man barely threw for 2,000 yards and 14-game year last year. He's going to be running constantly. He's going to get himself injured because he runs recklessly. So I took that pick. I said, go under on that one. I'm going under on that one. Those were my season picks on these two. You can make your picks today. You can utilize my code HMA. Get that $50 on a $5 lineup. Terms and conditions do apply. And yes, there are some limitations in the state of Washington, but if you are in a casino in the state of Washington, you can use the app in full. Shout out to Prize Picks. Shout out to you guys for using the Prize Picks code. And let's pop on over to you guys here in the chat and see what's what with y'all. See how y'all doing. Take a pulse check here. See where everyone's at here. Lou. Thank you for becoming a new member of the Hawks Nest. I know you've been a member before, so just re-up it on in there. But thank you for doing that, man. You are awesome. Awesome for that. We've got R. DeLevy dropping a $20 donation. Thank you for that, R. DeLevy. Let's go. Very kind of you, brother. Very, very kind of you. Thank you for that 20. Says, sup, Brandon? Had to work through most of the draft, but was able to listen to the stream you guys did with the syndicate, and it was a great way for me to keep up with the draft. Great job and keep up the good work. Well, that is very kind of you to say, Art Levy. I had just a phenomenal time this year. It was it made it a funner experience being able to do this with other guys covering the Hawks and being around them at the same time and being able to kind of pinball back off each other, be able to have kind of debates that we'd have in the chat, but having it, another human being across me a little bit, and kind of test some ideas out and test a little bit of what we think about this draft out and just kind of turn over all of what we know about these players collectively, because everybody did their homework, I felt like. But it was a great time. I'm really excited about the syndicate and what we've got, lined up for the future on this. It's going to be an every week show here. Once, we're doing the once a week show here once we get into the season next year, no doubt about that. And just like having more of this kind of, Comic-Con, be it we got the B&B show and syndicate, and roundtable stuff, just kind of expanding into its little separate kind of places of things, and all of them very individually cool in themselves, I feel like. But very kind of you, man. Thank you for saying so. Had another fun year of really covering the draft and doing this. This was a unique draft to cover, and it was a tough one. It was a challenging one because of the fact that it wasn't one that was just sparkling with a lot of diamonds over here and diamonds over there. You were kind of like going through a diamond mine that already been kind of picked apart. Got a lot of tungsten I'm digging through over here, but you guys made it fun, and you had me laughing throughout the whole process, and it was a hell of a good 3 days with those boys. They did a great job on it too as well. But thank you, DeLevy. Thank you for that support, man, as well as being a member of the channel. You're awesome, bro. And hope you don't have to work too hard out there. Get some moments here to chill out. Y2K, thank you for the $2 donation. Is it crazy to take Price over Lemon and Dynasty? No, not at all. I mean, let's unpack it, Y2K. It does seem like a foregone conclusion at this point that A.J. Brown is going to be moved to the New England Patriots. The Patriots have kept a lot of cap space to sort of like take on a new contract / maybe pay a new contract out at that time. So on the surface of it, you would say, well, Lemon's going to be the guy. Let me roll with him then, because it's 1-2. Devontae Smith will be number 1. He'll be the number 2. But he is a slot-only guy, really, in my opinion. And, this isn't like a Jackson situation where you're like, yeah, he's like Jackson. It's like he's a little smaller than Jackson. He's not quite built with the sturdiness Jackson is to play on the outside. Plus, I don't think the Eagles are going to be as committed to the condensed splits as much as what it would take to have him out there. And they did bring in the guy from the Packers. So I think he remains in that slot environment of things, Y2K, which means, not the primary, not the secondary, kind of the third. Then you think about the Eagles and their passing attack, and limitations last year with Hurts, which was very public here throughout this offseason. That laundry has been aired dirtily by Roseman and company throughout this offseason. And so you come back around, you go, I've got a kind of a wonky offense with a quarterback who's got limitations, and quite frankly, throwing, into the middle of the field and targeting slot receivers is not exactly his strong point. So I think with Price, there's a lot of certainty in what you're going to get there as far as I think you can get to over 800 yards at least. That's why I kind of took that pick there, is I think over 725 is easy, because I think 800 is easy to see where he's your starter day one. He's going to get touches throughout the year. Seattle showed a willingness and understanding to divvy up carries last year, right? So you might be worried a little bit of like, well, what happens if he becomes number 2 and he just can't get any touches? Like they showed last year, they're going to give 2 touches to each guy, even if Charbonnet's healthy. So Walker had 300 touches last year. Charbonnet had almost 200. So you go, there's the opportunities there. And let's face it, in fantasy, it's just sometimes hard to find the running backs that are capable like that than it is the receivers that's going to give you a 600-yard season, which is about what you probably get out of Lemon, best case scenario, Why 12-4 life. Go Hawks. Thank you for 24 months. Hawks Nest member. Very kind of you. Hawks are chasing edges. Very on brand. Go Hawks. Yes, sir, they are. Yes, sir, they are. Always chasing edges. And this is one that kind of works like a little Russian doll. It works in a couple different layers on this one. And that you're looking for edges, and then you're looking for, okay, I want to maximize the edge, and money's not here's the thing. It's like a lot of times you get into this and you go, well, where we're at with our budget and what we can fit inside of the budgetary restrictions that we are limited by thereupon, we must isolate just these said edges into this category of department right here. Instead, you're like, which one you want, It's a T.I. song, You can have whichever you like. You can have whichever you like. It's pretty much that. But then you're trying to think about, okay, I got to measure age. I got to measure recent production. I got to measure potentiality of what I can land down the road. This is, if I'm John right now as a GM and I'm twisting through some things, I'm sure he's in the heart of Devin Witherspoon negotiations, and I'm sure there's a lot of other stuff twisting and turning, but this would be one of those tornadoes at the front of my cerebellum that would be spinning right now. Because I don't know there's an easy, just straightforward, well, this is just what you do. You just do this. There's some pitfalls. There's some potential, hey, we gleamed the cube just right, and we landed a huge upgrade on this by being patient or by having the right trade come down the line, or kind of interesting on that, Banker, thank you for the $2 donation. It's good to see you in the house. Says, my wish list, y'all sign Bruce Irvin. I bet. You don't want to see no Cam Jordan over here. You don't want to see no Jadeveon Clowney as our fourth edge. You don't want to be seeing that. Oh, sure, no, sure. Boy, those were the days, man, Banker. You talk about frustration and you talk about spinning it around, and as much as I'm talking, we needed an edge right now. I'll tell you what, folks, I was in some kind of frustrated place when we were going through the late Carroll era there with how we would address and find edges and how meager we would throw assets to the position and just what we were dedicating, knowing that it was really the linchpin of what drove a lot of that defense was having the guys, the dogs up front that could get the job done, and asking Bruce to come in at his age, and people forget he was an older draft prospect. He came in the league at 25 years old. So he came in at like 33. It's just, you can have those guys that can provide an impact. You can't make them the centerpiece. That ain't going to work, which they kind of did with Mayoa and then Vincent Mayoa. Different times. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. B, what do you think about Bradley Chubb? He'll be released after June. Finns will have to pay the majority of his contract. He's 29. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken on that deal, I want to say that it's that you get the offset language there where there's these contracts that exist. We saw this with Russell Wilson when he was released, and whatever team he was going to go to, he was essentially going to sign for the vet minimum, because whatever he made beyond the vet minimum was just going to be less money that the team that he moved on from was going to have to pay him. I guess is like the way that works. So, because his base salary is like 19, or I forget what it is. It's the, I think it's the bonus. Yeah, I think it's like just the bonus itself or whatever that offsets somehow a little bit, I think, on that. Bradley's a guy that I've not been as interested in. You can come back to the injury stuff that's there. He is a guy that does kind of fit into alignment in general terms to the rest of these guys. So, I can't just throw him away. Just, he does fit to kind of like, okay, vet edge, won't cost you a lot. I don't know that he's going to go make himself a big contract. I will say you never know with these type of teams out there that might get a little bit funky with a guy like this out there, where there's a team that says, all right, 8 sacks, 11 sacks, 8.5 sacks. You missed all 2024, but you have been very good as a pass rusher, and 2 years removed from 45 tackles, 11 sacks, 22 quarterback hits. Some team may throw him $13 million per on a 3-year deal or something. I don't know if he's just a 1-year guy at that point. But if that offset language does exist in there, Bradley, I think, which you're kind of inferring there, then, and you can get him on a vet minimum deal, then why not at that point? That's a kind of a no-brainer, easy one. He's not going to play the run much. He's another guy in that Trey Hendrickson role of things, as I was speaking about, like Bosa to me a little bit of that. These are guys that are more like they can play the run. They're physically capable of playing the run, but their heart and their mind are set on, I get paid for my pass rush productivity. I'm going to get my money off my sacks. And so there's a little bit of that lack of full, always in on the final detail of what you need to be doing as an edge setter in the run game, for instance, or how active you are as a tackler in the run game when the ball carrier is going beside your shoulder versus staying engaged on a block. There's a little bit of that with him, but he does supply the pass rush. I can't deny that part. So he's not necessarily my cup of tea, but certainly he does fit into the realm mark of kind of the what they're looking for along those lines, especially if he comes in cheap, because that's the part you come back to. Whereas if you get one cheap, you can double up on 2 cheaps and you're still cheap for what you're paying now for the replacement on Boye. You still have all that money still kind of freed up to do whatever you want to kind of do with it. Brandon McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Very kind of you. Thoughts on Alvin Kamara as a third down back? Ballpark cost. And it's good to see in the house here, Randall. So we've got going into the final year of his deal right now is Alvin Kamara. He's got a $1.3 million base. So he would be exceptionally cheap at that point as far as that goes. They've got a ton of void year money on the Saints deal on this one. So there's a little bit of that. You know, we got $14 million in void year that goes out to 2030. Do we really want to move this guy? Versus he's not super expensive this year, Randall, and maybe we just want to hold on to him. But I will say that there's a lot of Saints fans out there that were speaking fairly loudly last year about the fact that Alvin did not look like he had the same kind of juice, electricity, explosiveness, contact balance that he did in his prime. And, you know, he certainly was one of those better guys that you'd find in the backfield in his prime at catching the rock, and that there's a little bit of that hole there in this team right now because you don't know when you're getting back Charbonnet. And I don't think Emmanuel Wilson's exactly a third down back, and Holani's probably the guy having to hold that down, as you're not going to want to ask Jadeveon Price to do it. But I do think that the team probably would not look here with where he's at in his career and just where he's been at recently as far as the performance, because it's pretty far off. Kind of to give you, this is just a snapshot, Randall. It's not to be the end all be all in this discussion, but if we look at last year's ranking among running backs for Alvin Kamara, he was ranked 59th in the NFL. So let me bring it up here for you. So if you look here, man, he's got last year's grade at 51.7, 59th. But if you look in particular, the two parts that you'd want to utilize him for the thing you're talking about being the third down back role, receiving grade of 39.5 and a pass blocking grade of 23.4. So even if you're just bringing him in for that specific role, you kind of go, I don't know if you can even bring that anymore. You know what I mean? He'd be cheap if they're willing to. He'd be cheap if they're willing to move him, just because I don't think that he has much of a. I don't think he has much value out there necessarily as it stands right now, Randall. You know, but we'll see. There may be a little bit of a need there right now where it stands. I do think that the team's probably going to roll with the running backs they have right now. I think they feel like that you're going to see Charbonnet back sooner than later. They like what they got in Holani, and then I think they look as Wilson as kind of that, you know, Wilson and McIntosh, you got a little bit of that hedge in there for whatever's going to go on with those other guys. So, and then McIntosh is ready to go. You got another guy that's a third down back type too that can fit into that role really nicely, where you don't have to pay the draft capital to do that. And even if you're giving up a 5th round pick or something for Kamara, a 6th round pick, that may be a pick John would rather hold on to because he has an intention to trade those other picks at other times, like the trade deadline, for better players. But yeah, Kamara seems like he's only 31 here, Randall, but he does seem like he's hitting a little bit of a wee bit of a wall. All right, we're going to hit you guys over here in the chat. We'll see where you guys are at tonight. If you can for me, again, just hit that like button tonight. Helps out the algorithm show up. If you can, sub on up. You know, it's free to you. Doesn't cost you $1. Helps out channels like me tremendously as well. If you want me to respond to anything you might have to say to me, or want me to read your comment, post your comment up here, just put B, Brando, Hawks Nest, HN, whatever you may want to say. I'll try to be on the lookout for it here, as we have a lot of inner discussions. So. Kakai, yep, you're right. I would definitely say that Clowney right now is certainly in a place of being, you know, frontline guy. I think that any of those guys I mentioned here, these are all guys that you put as firmly kind of your 3rd, 4th guy in the rotation. Maybe the first guy off the bench, but you're ideally starting with DeMarcus Lawrence and Hall out there, and Uchenna kind of flexed in there, mixed in there a little bit. Calais Campbell's interesting, Oiler Titan. I'm open to that possibility too. He had another productive year last year. Certainly the signs of age are starting to come along. Slightly coming along. Oh, Campbell signed with Baltimore. I didn't see that, Brian. Okay. Well, he's off the learn. Calais chasing that ring. He's like, I ain't getting this in Arizona. Calais 2 years ago. I've come here to get a ring. Calais now. I'm going to Baltimore to get a ring. Oh. Antoine, hey Brandon, is the Zadarius Smith minicamp invite real, and what are your thoughts about him joining the team? I hadn't seen anything on that myself, Antoine, so sorry, I must have missed that note. I don't know if there is anything real to that. Pretty old, but when he was a pretty good pass rusher there for a while. I mean, he was a guy that was very productive, and he hit a pretty fast wall. He had a 12.5 years, 13.5 year, 2019, 2021. Then it was 0. Then went 10, then 5.5, 5, 4, down to 1.5 year last year with the Eagles. So I don't know if there's going to be a lot there left in the tank. If the Eagles team last year, that was a good team, Antoine, that was providing their edge rushers with a lot of pass rush possibilities, and he wasn't really producing there. Maybe there was an injury or something. Yeah, I figured, there we go. Thought there was something to it. So I would say, one sec. He'd been a little bit off my radar, but it looks like he did have a tear as far as his tricep goes. Was placed on injury reserve September. The tricep injury, back injury. So there might have been a little bit of an injury factor into last year's situation, and he had to get healthy. So there could be something to it in the respect of he feels like he's got something still left to go, and just signed with the Eagles last year. He's obviously probably ring chasing a little bit there. Could be an interesting kind of flyer guy, especially if he's back to full health goes, where that stands. I had forgotten what had kind of happened to him. In a few years, he had 3 years with 10 sacks or more. Five games last year. I don't know on that one, Antoine. But hey, it's just a mini camp invite. That doesn't hurt to kick the tires, right? Go after Nick Herbig, says Misfit. Plays rotation. Could be an interesting guy there. And you're right, man, Misfit. They're not going to be paying him with what they're paying already Highsmith and Watt on the deal there. Let's get Aaron Donald. Sounds good, C-Tan. That'd be an ultimate flex to the Rams. We're taking Donald. Brandon, destroy your fellow NFC West roundtablers. We get some fun discussion over there. I have a good time over there. It was interesting to hear some of the draft grades last week. I don't know what I think HMA is back to we're all represented by Hog Media. Dogzilla, how you doing, man? C-Town, remember your Rams nemesis loves Ty Simpson? Does he? I don't know about that. I don't know. Hold on, wait, we need to. We'll play it later. I've got some evidence to the contrary. His double back on Ty was pretty wild. Mick says Bud Clark's going to be a fan favorite with his likable personality. I wasn't sure about him at first, but he's definitely going to be a positive player in that locker room. He's got a lot of energy, man. You get a little bit of the Witherspoon vibes that this team has talked about in the Brady Henderson article, where you can see how both these guys are just kind of firecrackers, are going to be probably two peas in the pod. Who will be better, Colin Simmons from Texas or Dylan Stewart? I watched a little bit of Stewart's tape. I haven't watched a lot of Colin. I'm going to start cracking the seal here a little bit more on some of the players next year's draft, but that'll be the next project up a little bit. Start trying to get a view of those guys. Definitely sounds like next year's draft's going to be pretty nice. We going, Brian? See, we need to improve our turnover issue. Yeah, I think it's something it certainly should be a point of emphasis, C-Town. I think that some of it got a little bit solved as you went through the back half of the schedule because, you have the 4 interception game with the Rams from Darnold that really kind of cooks the interception numbers, especially on him through the back half of the schedule. Because aside from that, very clean down the stretch. And let's also remember that through the whole playoff run, not one interception. And I think a big part of that was him learning this team, learning this offense a little bit better, and with Kubiak and being on the same page there, and then also understanding the type of way the game that he needed to play in the context of what was required of this offense to win football games. So I think you're going to get a lot more closer akin to what you had with Darnold down the stretch than you're going to get a closer to akin what we had through the first part of the year last year, because you don't have to go through that same kind of learning experience. He gets the return of the guys with him next year. And I think if you get those turnovers taken off the books, you certainly would like to clean up some of the fumbles, but I think it's a situation where it starts to look a little bit better then because of that, or not be as much of an issue or problem. Certainly a point of emphasis, those. Kamara make the Hall of Fame, 2-time All-Pro, 5-time Pro Bowler. I don't know, man. Those accolades help, I guess, but you came in the league in 2017. He's got 7,000 yards on the ground, about 5,000 yards receiving. $76 total touchdowns. Sean Alexander's not in the Hall of Fame, and I think he's got Kamara beat on the stats front. Sean ran for 9,400 yards. Okay, so he only had 1,500 yards to Kamara's 5,000, but he's got also 112 touchdowns to Kamara's 76. So, he's got the discrepancy in there as well, and Sean can't get a sniff of the Hall of Fame. So I don't know, man. If Sean can't get in there, I don't know how Alvin gets in there unless he has he needs probably another quintessential Kamara season to really put it over the top. But it's hard for running backs. I'm with you, Jordan. I think he's a good player. I don't know if he's a all-timer kind of guy. Yeah, Henry's still under contract. Ravens. Jesse's reaction was hilarious. Oh, maybe we just upload it here for you guys. See if I can get it uploaded here. All right. Ooh. I'll get down the bottom of the comments. I'll post it for you guys. I got to cut up between the two of them. I'll play for you guys so you can see the reactions to their first pick each. They are just trying to make this up. Jake's definitely trying to make himself feel better. I know he doesn't believe you. I know he doesn't like that pick. I know he don't like that pick. Yeah, Mick, I got to see Pavia down at the Senior Bowl, man. He's itty bitty bitty, itty bitty. He's a teeny weeny itty bitty. He's part of the itty bitty titty committee. Misfit, we should find out in a couple weeks here. The schedule release definitely happens in a couple weeks, but you'll get the leaks of this out sooner than that. We're already getting some kind of soft leaks here. That's probably going to be the Bears. Kendrick says Ty Simpson's pretty good pick 13, considering he'll fill the role of water boy. Boy, will he ever. Mick, Jesse's reaction was so hilarious to Jake's draft grade. He was waiting for me too. You walk in with Jake and you go, it's rare that Jake gets himself cornered into a take that he has to kind of own, like that, where it's like, Rams have been good. So when he's like, we have the best receiving core, we got the best quarterback, we got the best coach. It's like, you have your argument to be made on that stuff when you say it. It's not out of pocket. But then when you're like, for 2 months, you talk about and deride the thought process of drafting Ty Simpson, both for the player he is and conceptually for how bad it is as a pick to be made in that moment, for where your team happens to be at, which Jake is completely correct on all those accounts, then it gets tough then 2 months later after you've been banging that drum to be like, that was just talk. But I'm glad Jesse was with me and not letting him just slide off with it. Like, come on, man. Come on. You called it the worst pick you've ever seen. Seahawks 360 wants the Bears. He says Brian's yapping, and now he's got Bears fans yapping, thinking they'll win. Let's bring him. Bring him on in here. Last time Caleb Williams had to go up against Mike McDonald's defense, he put 3 points up on the board in Chicago. Come on in. Come on in, boys. Come on in. Maker Brando, any thoughts on y'all's UDFAs? Not really. I mean, I've looked at them and we didn't really go very active. Prior years, Banker, we've really gone for broke, and we've tended to target some guys through the years that you could see on the surface had some real legitimate potential to them. And I've often identified those and done whole shows around just UDFAs. But unfortunately, this year, that's just not going to be the case. Hubbard's kind of the only real interesting one to me of the sort. There are some guys in there that could factor into being something, but you just don't have a lot to base it on, from Cal Poly guys to whatnot down the line. I think also this is the problem, a little bit of first world problems of being a team that wins the championship, Banker, is that when you're out there usually recruiting UDFAs, if you're a team that isn't making the playoffs, if you're a roster that's kind of in turmoil or you're starting to spin through some things, it then becomes a little easier to then make the sales pitch to the agents out there that you're trying to recruit. And it really is a weird game that you're playing in UDFA territory, because it's not really about simply making the greatest sales pitch. It's that I'm selling you, the agent, on the prospect that your player is going to come here and his NFL career will be able to continue, and we will foster it and we will develop it, and he will have a long-term future plan here in this organization so that he doesn't end up in that hellacious territory like a lot of prospects do, or like a lot of NFL players do, where you're just never can quite find a home, always right there on the edge of being out of the league, just bouncing from here to the other to this organization. And, we'll give you a tryout over here. And then, okay, we'll go try out down in Florida. And then, so you're trying as an agent to really avoid that, understandably so. And if I'm an agent, the first place that I'm picking is not going to be the championship roster that's almost returning everybody. That's going to be where, to give you, Banker, an idea of this, you've got AJ Barner, Elijah Arroyo, Nick Callerup, Saubert, who you signed to an extension last year on a 1-year deal. You got Robbie Utz at fullback. You have the one other guy who I'm spacing on right now. We've got one extra who's kind of our special teams fill-in guy fullback there. So you basically have 2 fullbacks and a quasi tight end of the roster. Like if I'm a UDFA tight end and John's calling me up and being like, yeah, you come here, you'll have a chance. I'd be like, the hell I will. I mean, where's even the opportunity for me to get to the practice squad? much less the roster. You've got your PS guys set. I got no pathway. So I don't really, as much Hubbard's interesting. And talking to Bryce, he's much on the Connor Barwin thought process of Hubbard, and he is a little bit of a powerish edge. Do I like him better than what I liked Ivy coming out of the draft this last year? Not quite. I still have more of a preference to Ivy, but he's an interesting guy to bring into the mix and allow fight into that. It just adds a little bit more fire to the competition off the power edges that you do have. But I think that you're really such a filled up team that it just became hard to recruit this year, really harder than it's been in probably about 10 years, Banker, of going after UDFAs. Because I've been able to look at and find, we targeted, identified the Jake Bobos and the Holanis through the years, even Ivy last year. I looked at him as one of those guys. This is the guy of this UDFA class you can look at and see that's going to be the guy to, come in and make the roster, have a little bit of some upside and potential long-term to what he could bring. I don't know if I see that this year. But nature of dealing with this kind of life, Vic says, Brandon, is there any other positions where you could get a deal right now in free agency that could help the team? I was picking through Sports Track earlier today, kind of prepping up for the show, and I gotta be honest with you, it's kind of picked through for the most part, You're just trying to look in your turning over, like, what are you looking for? It's like back to that where the depth chart is at, and the same stuff that would kind of sort of be related to Banker's question on this, Mick. The same thing that sort of holds you back from being able to, go and find a great UDFA is sort of what could hold you back from finding a player right here that you could target who could be cool to have and bring in and like, here you go. Edges are certainly the ones that we've turned over, but if you want to go for a wide receiver and say, hey, we bring in Deebo Samuel, he gives us a player we don't have really on the roster right now, and we could bring him in as just a weapon piece and use him all over the place a little bit. But it's like, yeah, he doesn't really have a pathway to playing very much here. It's probably not going to come along, your direction of it. But, the names are pretty, you got a couple receivers in Diggs and Hill that you're not looking to bring, I think, either of those two guys. Trayvon Diggs, cornerback, you're set at corner. Corner's in the same situation. You just drafted 3 guys. You're returning 2 guys. You got Pritchett, you're returning, Igbenogany, who you brought in as a free agent. You're already 3 deep, bringing back Job. I mean, this is where there isn't really interesting players, both that, I would say, Mick, and then it's also, there's really nothing available that's really enticing either. Not for does this player upgrade over what I have on the roster? Is this guy going to be an improvement over what I got? No, maybe to not really is really the answer when you go down the line on most of these guys outside of edge, as far as for that 4 specific edge. But no, I don't really see much. I thought maybe there would be potentially you could look at safety there, but I think the team's probably just going to roll with what they're at with safety. You could go give kind of an older guy like a Jimmy Ward and just give him like a low end vet minimum thing to be kind of reinforcement maybe or something, like kind of grab that kind of guy. But that's about all I really see as a move to, otherwise your depth is pretty good. Hawk Moon, we own Levi Stadium and we'll own SoFi. You sound prophetic, Hawks Moon. You sound like a man that has seen the future and seen it clearly. HHG McVay was on Colin Cowherd Joe and lying through his teeth about the team wanting Ty Simpson. Sean saying, yeah, we met with him and it just didn't say anything. Yeah, sure you did, Sean. The damage control on that was just silly to me. And it's silly even if you take on the face of it what McVay's saying to be the truth, it's still ridiculous. So what I mean by that is, okay, I was playing it up, I'm in LA, so I was being the actor. And then on draft day, I didn't want to be too psyched. I didn't want to be too hyped on Ty Simpson because we have contract negotiations ongoing with Stafford. And we don't want to put those contract negotiations into peril by my excited reaction, almost as though, we're going to cut you down on this contract. We're going to offer you a little bit less because we got this guy now and we love him. We love him a lot. We're ready to go to him anytime. I don't want him to get that feeling. So I downplayed my reaction. I put the sad face on, I put my serious face on, that's what I was doing. So, okay, we take that on face value. What you're saying is the truth. Okay. So you have such a thin relationship with your starting quarterback. You have such a, I'm trying to think of the right word to use here, but you have this kind of almost on the edge of tumultuous nature to your quarterback. If you can't come to him prior to this and say, hey, we're going to draft this guy, but we're obviously in negotiations with you to give you your extension. We're going to pay you the money. We want you here for years to come, but you're also an older quarterback. You could step out of bed tomorrow and, your back snaps in half and suddenly you're out for the year. So we'd like to have a little bit more reinforcement for the position here. We don't have Garoppolo as the option here. We couldn't get Cousins. So we'd like to get a better backup option here for you to bring in if you do go down so this championship team can stay afloat. Don't want you to take it personally. I'm going to be hyped up when I make the call to the kid like I would with any first round pick, but this is still all about you, Matthew, all about you running this ship, all about you being the quarterback of the future. Something seems a little amiss in this story. That's an easy conversation to go have with your quarterback. This speaks more to, as I've said with this whole Ram situation to me, HHG, of someone got cute. Or something cute is going on here. Someone didn't get cute. Something cute's going on here. So I don't buy any of the stuff that McVay's saying. I think that there's, even if it is the truth, I think that still doesn't speak to it being a healthy relationship going on between team and quarterback. And let's remember, they came this close last year to moving him to the Raiders. So you might be like, oh, you know what you're talking about, Brandon. They love Matt. Matt's the man. Matthew's everything. Yeah, right. If they're quasi out on Matt, or if they're trying to move to the place of, yeah, we love Matt, but we don't really like Matt at $55 million a year and how that's going to hit our cap. We don't like that. Well, it's a bit of a different formula at that point, right? We love Matt, but it's also about what's the cost of Matt. And Matt has been pushing pretty heartily along through the organization here through time, last couple of years, especially on trying to get a little bit more from you guys. He's got a little bit of that turning McVay upside down, kind of shaking them, hoping the pockets fall inside out, and he gets a little bit of extra ducats than what they're offering. So there's some stuff at play here. I'm not trying to bring a bunch of something out of nothing with this, but it was weird. And he can't just explain it away to like, his explanation made it not make more sense. I didn't want Matt to get angry by me being too. It's like, I didn't want to hug him because I thought that'd make Matt jelly, Matt gets jelly when I hug another quarterback, man. It's just, he just doesn't allow it. Does he put you in a burqa too, buddy? Does he? I don't know. I know. It's just, that's where you go. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying or selling this, Sean. It was a fortuitous pick. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation. Not gonna lie, a little worried about our offense with our new offensive coordinator. Worried our offense was more a function of Coob's competence than we want to believe. I think I'd be less in the place where you're at with, I'd be more in the place where you're at with this, I think, Jeffrey, if you weren't able to retain basically your whole staff. And, I think that while I do think that Kubiak is a top-notch offensive coordinator in this league, and he knows how to call a game, and he has a unique outside zone West Coast offense system that's just kind of wholly unto himself a bit here, Jeffrey, and how he runs it, especially with his proclivity to take shots and look for the big play. But it wasn't perfect with Coobs too. There are some times where he could get a little bit weird with things. And I will say that retaining the staff as you are, and Benton as the offensive line coach, and then bringing back, Jeffrey, all of your offense, not except for, obviously with Walker, but outside from Walker, you're literally bringing your whole offense back, not just your starting receivers, but the backup receivers, not just your starting offensive line, but the backup offensive line, not just your starting tight ends, but the backup tight ends. So you're bringing all of this, including your quarterback, back from a continuity standpoint. You're retaining almost all of the staff, including that offensive line coach, which is, you could make the argument, the offensive line coach has been one of the hardest things for us to find of quality since going back to at least Mike Solari. And so all of that's coming back to us in return now, which to me, you never know with a guy that's never called plays before. But at the same point in time, there's a difference between guys that never called plays before being put into an environment which is probably likely to be set up to be a failure, and to be set up in an environment that's likely to be set up to be a success. And so I would estimate that there certainly won't know until we actually see it play out. But there's a lot of reason here, I think, to have a little more confidence on this than maybe normally we would, given all of those things that are kind of at play on this situation, including Jeffrey, whatever happens with Flory on the offensive side of the ball, you're going to have another dominant defense. You're going to be getting offensive stops. You're going to be giving that offense chances to have the ball back to go out there and make some headway. But you never know until you know. Industry Worth, thank you for the $5 donation, Industry Worth. It's good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. I like the Kubiak episode. Any updates or teasers on what's to come in the series? Why is the agent's name Jesse? I don't know. I honestly was just I chose some silly names at first, like Jethro or something. And then I was like, that's just choose a whatever name. So I just kind of grabbed a name off the top of my head with that one. I don't have a good reason. But that will be my new agent for any of these videos where I ever have an agent. He'll be the agent of everybody. Because some of this is for the future, doing little future bits and stuff too for you guys on this. The updates, the next episode is going to be kind of covering like the first 5 games of the season. There's going to be a little bit more, it's going to be a lot more centric around actually showing kind of on-field stuff. So when we do these Kubiak episodes, you're going to be seeing me kind of try to put inner gameplay with them talking like the coaches are having back and forth on the sideline over the course of a play that's just happened or over what's going on in the game itself. So the next one will kind of be concentrating on the start of the year and some of the bumps and some of the learning process between Mike and Kubiak and learning kind of what's what and what they're doing. A little bit also on the next episode will be covering, because part of this is a little bit of also, looking at historically what happened last year to why they did what they did. And a little bit of it in the episode will be covering a little bit of Kubiak and the condensed splits. And specifically that little extra adjustment he built into the playbook last year that really allowed the passing attack to soar, especially early on in the season. So we'll be getting into that in the next episode again, hopefully on Wednesday or Thursday. We'll be popping that out somewhere in that neighborhood of things. But I'm making progress. Got a good portion of it filmed, cutting through a lot of it right now, and I'm really excited you guys are digging it. It's good to see you though. Hope you're doing well out there, Cal. Jeff Freethis, so thank you for another $5 donation. If I was Stat Padford, I'd be insulted that my coach thought my confidence was so fragile. I'd be worried about this nobody 1-year starter quarterback in the draft. Another great point. I hadn't thought about that, but that's another part of this where like it does, you playing this weird game, McVay, shows that there's something strange afoot in the situation. And then to your point as well, like, am I coach playing mind trick games with me, treating me like, what am I, a child? That's where I come back to again, and teams do this. This is a part of this too, Jeffrey, where teams get cute like this at times. Of course, the Packers did this with Aaron Rodgers too, right? You don't let Aaron Rodgers know it all in advance that there's a potentiality that you're going to draft Love. You just go, surprise. And you're like, why? He's your most important player. You're paying him more money than another player in your roster. Why wouldn't you want to just make sure you're on a level place with that guy before you make that pick? You don't want the point put out there like they didn't let this guy know they were going to make like you did with the Rodgers situation. So I would likewise from a Stafford standpoint of this, I would think it's ridiculous. And this is where we probably get to a bit of the heart of what's going on in McVay's mind is I do think that there's stuff in here with McVay where he fell in line and he's been the good soldier of like, no, I wanted the pick. I love him all the time. He was great. I wanted him the whole way. He was awesome. We were scouting him. I just didn't want I think there's a part of him that knows that this is where you might have gotten too cute and you had Stafford very close to walking out the door last year. And it's not to say that this makes Stafford walk out the door this year, but now maybe instead of getting that 2 or 3 years of run that you were hoping to extend this out into, it gets shortened down just a little bit. And I mean, especially you imagine, let's play this season out like as a possibility, as the Rams, you're still good next year, still a very strong team, still winning a lot of games, getting yourself into the playoffs. But then you come to find with maybe an injury, let's say to your wide receiver, Devontae Adams. All these usually starts to run out of gas. Puka Nacua gets a little bit beat up, can't go full bore. Now you're in the playoffs, and maybe even Stafford's at his full health. Maybe he's even still rocking just as strong as he was rocking last year at the end of the year. Puka down, not as strong, dragging a knee around. Devontae, hamstring, lying on the turf. Mumfield taking significant snaps, Whittingham taking significant snaps. Ooh, you fell just short. Now, what does Stafford think as you get into the offseason? What does he think about that year? What does he think about that first round pick that could have been Mekhi Lemon, that could have been Omar Cooper? Especially if it came down to a tight game at the end, especially if it came down to one more drive, one more touchdown, one more score, one more field goal, one more first down. I've been saying I can see this play out this way. And if you're Stafford at that point, playing through another long season, your body once again beat up all the hell, another year older, that beard just a little grayer. Looking back at your team going, what the F were you doing? What were you doing? So it's not that it's where it's at right now, but that's where it could go. And I don't just base this again on like, well, it's a thing that maybe possibly could happen. This is what happened with the Aaron Rodgers situation. You had Aaron, first round pick could have been something else, could have package pick, gone up, got a playmaker, helped him out, got him something else other than just Devontae Adams. It could have gone done that. Didn't do it. Drafted Love, sat him 3 years, fell just short in the playoffs and conference championship games. So this has happened before. This isn't unique to the Rams here. And it's happened recently before. So I don't know why they're taking this road with it, Jeffrey. It's mind-boggling to me as their approach here. And we'll see if they can somehow make this a success when it's all said and done, as it all shakes out. But I just think that this has got much more of a, if not disaster, we're not going to get a championship out of this collective approach by doing this. And we're going to come back and look at this pick, I think, in a major way and go, you guys just grabbed 2 corners this offseason and then went, we're done. That's pretty much what you did. I don't think it's going to be enough. But we'll see. Appreciate you, Jeffrey. McVay's never going to stop talking about that 2-point conversion. Or they're tied. Who's the biggest threat? 49ers healthy or Rams with Stafford? I mean, I think it's still the Rams at this point. 49ers have added some interesting pieces, and Evans does help, but you lose Jawan Jennings. Is the collective on that going to improve you above it? You got a lot of still questions, I think, even for what you're having guys come back health-wise. Like, what is Parasol? What is McCaffrey at this point in time in his career, even if he is healthy? He's certainly not as fast. He's certainly not as quick. The offensive line leaves a lot to be desired. The health of Brock Purdy, okay, if he stays healthy for a whole year, that makes a difference, I suppose. Defensively, it gets a little more interesting because they've started to kind of build the defensive line up, and Greenlaw. I mean, it's a good question because there's so many old guys. If you talked about them just somehow maintaining the health all the way through, the problem here becomes Oilers that there's so many old guys. We have so few times in NFL history when you put this old of a roster together, no matter how talented or good the production's been previously of that roster, that it holds up and holds together. That there's just, and I said this last year about that same team that was even younger than this one, that it's just more of one that the injuries are going to come, and they're going to come collectively every which way but loose because you've set it up this way. It's like somebody else said this offseason about the Niners, like, why are we the most injured team? It's the substation. It's like, no, you put together an old ass team with a lot of players with a lot of injuries. It's going to kind of happen off the back of that. So it is a little close. I will say if they're fully healthy, if they can rock all that, it is close, but I would still look at their defense and go, okay, Warner, Greenlaw, good. Defensive line, all right. Secondary, there's nothing out there in the secondary to write home about. There's still some holes with the Rams. I don't think there's, running back solid, receivers really good, offensive line on point, quarterback MVP. They've got a strong 4 stack on the line with depth. Linebackers, Niners would have them beat there. But the tight ends, they'd have Kittle beat with him coming off. Even if Kittle's injured, is healthy next year, he's not going to be the same at his age coming off the Achilles injury. So I'd still give it to the Rams. C-Town, hey, Brandon, why did Rams nemesis not like Julian Neal? I wish you pressed him on that. Yeah, I would have asked him a little bit more with it. I don't know. I will try to ask and see if we get a chance. I can ask him about what he didn't maybe like with him as much on that one, but I'm not sure. I didn't get too much from him on that as to why he wouldn't be that. Those Rams, C-Town, they like the little 5'9", 5'10" corners. You start getting to 6'2", they're like, that's too big. You can't have corners that size. That's too big. I'm not too sure. Catalyst, what edge rushers did I talk about? We covered the following guys here today. Looked a little bit at Dante Fowler, Kyle Van Noy, Joey Bosa, Kayvon Thibodeaux, if that's a potential for a trade still on the table. Maybe some high upside there. Haason Reddick, Jadeveon Clowney, Von Miller, Leonard Floyd, Cam Jordan, and of course, you got the old presence of Maxx Crosby, a couple of extra fill-ins there just down the line. These would be more down the line options here, Catalyst, and Alex Wright and Jermaine Johnson. If the Titans are out of it on a last year of a deal, maybe they don't want to extend him. Maybe get him on a deal in here. Dorrance Armstrong, Nick Airbig, a couple other options on in there that we kind of spoke about. Corey, is Jake thinking ahead? What if Matt Stafford plays 3 more seasons? Then Simpson's in the last year of his contract unless they extend him the option. He is minimum 3 years from being even serviceable. We come back to that same point I was just making about having this happen with another quarterback and falling just short in the conference championship. But to your point, Corey, we also have that same baseline, the same representation playing out with Love to Rodgers, right? Because Love had to wait 3 years to play. You're drafting that guy, and before him, by the way, this is also just go before Rodgers. Like, you had to wait 3 years for Rodgers to play. You want a guy to wait, but I don't know if once you start getting into your quarterbacks 3 years into sitting on the bench, it's like, how long does he need? I mean, what point does it become like he is what he is? So yeah, that's the factor. And that's where we come down to utilization of a top 15 pick for a quarterback of the future that you're going to utilize down the road that may push your Hall of Fame MVP quarterback of the moment out the door a little bit faster is not a smart decision. That is not the thinking of a championship contender. That's a getting cute. As I said, I think that's a lot of ego and pride involved in that. And that's where, to me, when you start operating from that mindset of things, you're going to get bit on the butt. So I don't think there's thinking ahead on this. I think that what Jake's trying to do with this is that he hates the pick. He doesn't like the player particularly. And what he's trying to do is, I'm not going to try to use the word cope here because that's a little too strong, but I think that there's a little bit of trying to find some peace in his brain with the pick in a way and how he's trying to look at it. But I think that there's no way you could tell me that him walking this draft, one of his top 30, 40 possible selections they could make with that pick would have been Ty Simpson. I think he just would have gone in any other direction as he possibly could have gone at that point if that was really where things were at. So, I think he's just trying to make it's just such a bad pick that it almost gets that place where it goes so far around to being such a bad pick. It's like you've gone all the way around the circle to the other side and you're just like, I actually, now that I've kind of, I got a little time, I made some peace here. I just got figured, I realized what they were doing. Mick, reports were coming out saying we were really wanted our Mason Thomas. Do you actually believe that, Brandon? Because I remember you saying he didn't fit what we typically go for. Well, I certainly would not want to question. I think Brady Anderson does a good job on his reporting, and I would never be questioning him on the accuracy of it. A team could be kind of smoke screening it, trying to indicate to teams that they were still open to this brand of player. I've kind of wondered with some of the players that they brought in, Mick, and considered as far as for the pick where you were trying a little bit to play the game like Cassius Howell and bringing him in, for instance. You were trying to play a little bit of the game of, no, we aren't just have this archetype power edge that we go for. We also like these lighter guys too, so that you get less predictable for teams in a draft. At least conceptually was they're trying to project you out in what you're going to do so they know what they've got to do. So I don't know if that's what's at play here or not. And it does make sense to maybe where they were looking for the quick win guy off the edge like Thomas is, because as we started talking about at the start of the show, you have in DeMarcus Lawrence, Derek Hall, already 2 power edges. You've got in Ivy, Mike Morris, 2 fill-in kind of power edges guys. Hubbard, kind of more power edge than anything else. You have in Uchenna, who can play a little bit like a power edge at times. He's not a big guy, but he can rock in there a little bit with. He's got elements to him like that, where Thomas doesn't at all. But Thomas could give you some of the quick wins where you think, okay, we got enough of the guys that can hold it down on the run. I can bring this guy out in selective moments and he can be a demon coming off the edge, and I can just tell him to just launch off the ball like a bat of hell. Don't worry about anything else. Just get after the quarterback. So there may be some of that in play, but the bottom line on it too is, Mick, is this, and like I said, as we led into this with the, supposition that maybe the team was going to start looking at these smaller edges. The thing I said throughout the drafting process leading into it is that I think the team and Mike McDonald has told me that they're looking for this style of edge, being the power edge, being the bigger guy, being the longer guy, being a little bit of the heavier guy, not necessarily the edge taker. And I said that, but I'm open to being changed in my mind. I'm open to, them maybe having a little bit of an outlook that's different than what I'm seeing this as, but that does take them the data supplied to you that says, yeah, they truly are. And what do we really have, Mick, when we come out of this draft? What's the bottom line for that talk of our Mason Thomas or Cassius Hell? Well, the bottom line is Hubbard is the only edge you're getting off this draft. And Hubbard is a power edge. And last year you took DeMarcus Lawrence in free agency, more of a power edge. And Ivy, right now on your roster that you took as a UDFA last year, power edge. So, Derek Hall, more of a power edge over Boye Mafe, started to take more snaps from Boye Mafe last year. So they may be telling us that in one way, and it'll be interesting to continue to kind of monitor this, Mick, but there does seem to be more of the indication here as far as I still stand saying, yeah, until you guys actually show me you're going to go grab that kind of player, I'm going to kind of take for granted here that you're kind of sticking more to your type. Because you guys have been pretty similar to the style of guy you're looking for here. The more you've gotten away from the Carroll players to McDonald type of players and who you're looking for. Addis, we should sign Cam Jordan or Von Miller. I'd go more Cam Jordan just because it's a little more fit physically and he can do a little bit more. I don't have to just situational him. Jack says, I'm laughing at Jake on the last roundtable. Dude went for months on how Simpson would be a nightmare and somehow delusional. All of a sudden the pick is a C. Come on, man. You're losing credibility. It's a tough thing in this business, Jack. And I always, heart goes out to guys doing this because I've faced the fire on this, is that, you stick to your guns, you say what you think, and then you get blowback from it. And it's not fun. And it can be a pain in the ass part of this job when you do it, where you're just like, man, I just want to have an opinion, and we can differ on the opinion, but I would get flamed for just having an opinion, especially if it's pretty reasonable. But, you do, I think, have a little bit of that pull always when you're doing the stuff that we're doing on this to end up in that lane a little bit, whether you want to be or not. I think Jake's got a little bit of that pull at play here, but at the same point in time, I think you're right. Stick to your guns on what you said it was. If you don't think it's a good pick, that's fine. It wasn't a good pick. Just own up to it, and it isn't a good pick. The thing is that Jake's right on this. Like, his outlook on it was correct. That's especially the place you don't want to be pulled off your original opinion, is that you're getting pulled off opinion by groupthink. You're getting pulled off opinion because it's easier to be more positive on the situation than a little bit hyper negative. And no, I'm more of the guy of like, if you think you're right and you're right and you've got conviction, stick to the conviction of your position. And if you're proven wrong, you're proven wrong. It's not the worst thing in the world to be wrong on stuff, but don't bounce back and forth. Stick to your guns and what you believe. Oiler Titan with the Pats trade Harold Landry once the trade for A.J. Brown goes through, runs well, 8 to 12 sacks a year. I don't think so, because I think you got to think about it that the Patriots in making the A.J. Brown trade are not making this for like a 2-3 year process, right? Like, you're going for A.J. Brown because you're trying to win today, right now. And if you're moving off of a, very productive edge rusher for you, in the case of a guy in Harold Landry, Oiler Titan, this is a guy that has familiarity with Variable, having played with him with Tennessee and then played with him in New England. And certainly there seems to be some affinity between one to the other on that. And so he's not tremendously expensive for them. Yeah, it's $16 million per year, but for that productivity, especially considering it's like, this kind of productivity now will sometimes get you, as a guy's had 10.5 sacks, 9 sacks, 8.5 sacks, that's going to tend to get you more into probably like 20 to 25 territory now. So, and you've only got a 2-year commitment from the Patriots standpoint on his contract. So he's only under contract 26 and 27. So there's just no way, if I'm in if I'm in the Patriots where they're at, what I want to try to do with my team next year, I don't see there being any case to be made that it makes sense to move him, especially because you're going to give him away for probably like about a 4th round pick, maybe a 3rd is the best that you can hope to get back in return. And I guess if you're losing the AJ Brown draft capital, maybe that's something that would impel you a little bit to do that. But then you ask, okay, though, Eller, who's your edge group then next year? I mean, it wasn't exactly like that was a fearsome stack last year as it was. So, I don't think so, not considering where their team really is at and what they have behind him. Yeah, Jack, I think it's completely okay to admit when your team's not doing something smart. And I think part of what we do in our analysis here, and it drives some fans in the Hawk fandom, I know I've annoyed a lot of people in this way, because I think a lot of people would like me to be a little bit more at times just stay in the positive lane if things at all turn. And I think that's just not, I don't think that's what we're here to do. And I think part of the reason that YouTube and people that like me and Jake that have been able to get onto YouTube and have find footing here is because we're doing stuff differently than other places do it, more on the national level and more on how this stuff has been covered in the past. And that's what makes it unique and fun, I think. And there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, I just don't like the pick. And, again, he's right about it. He'd be right to not like it. Laban, hey, Brandon, should we sign Jonnu Smith to upgrade? Tight end set right now, Laban. I like me Jonnu Smith, man. I do. But you are filled to the brim. You're spilling over the top of the brim with tight ends right now. It's rough, man. Got too many. Catalyst, comparing the Ty Simpson pick to the Packers, picking Jordan Love doesn't compute. Love at least had high upside tools and was picked at 26. Simpson at 13 is inexcusable. I don't like doing either of them, Catalyst, but I agree with you. I think the Simpson one is worse for all the reasons that you gave. I'm doing all this. I'm picking a guy that I don't play for 3 years. I'm risking pissing off my Hall of Fame quarterback for a guy with a tools kit that at the best will be B+ in a couple of places. And you're right. Jordan at least had, I would say, more mobility and better arm strength. He can make every NFL throw. Simpson, maybe. As long as he's got all of his feet set. Yeah. As long as he got all of his cleats in the turf. He ain't falling off his back foot, flicking at 40 yards like, Love can. So I agree. That's another good point on top of it, is that the consideration of the type of prospect they're getting, the type of quarterback they're getting here is, this is one of the weaker top 15 quarterback selections from a talent standpoint, not as far as the players and what they turn into, but as we look to project and as we look at the toolkit and as we look at the skill set of what this quarterback has, this is one of the weaker ones we've seen in 10 years take in the top 15. And that's saying something for an NFL that can't help themselves but to take quarterbacks constantly in the top 15. Banker's with me. Says, I don't buy McVay's response. I'm on the boat that he got overruled by Snead for the Nepo quarterback who was his friend's buddy. The friend's buddy thing does kind of stink the process up, doesn't it, Banker? Where that seems to be a little bit of a smoking gun where it's like you're just picturing Ty Simpson's dad and Les Snead, on the back of a veranda smoking cigars and his dad just talking him into his son for, months on end. But I think too, it's like it got out very publicly, McVay's response on draft night. And you could understand why that would have then resorted to calling on the team to have him do a little bit of damage control by the look of it. I mean, hell, that call alone to Simpson was just very cringy. You're like, oh, Lordy, we're going to go win a championship, coach. Yeah, right. I'm not buying it either, man. I'm a pessimistic guy to agree, but that one was one where it's like, come on, something's amiss here. I don't know who farted, but I'm smelling something. Whether says, can Mendoza get the Raiders to 9-8 and 9-8 this year? What if he resurges a Raiders renaissance the way Roethlisberger did the Steelers in 2004? Well, I would say that the Steelers organization hadn't been one that was necessarily a bad organization prior to Roethlisberger rising to prominence. And Roethlisberger took a lot of the similar path that Brady did with the Patriots early on in his career with that team, where though he was a very good quarterback for the Steelers early on, there was a lot of minimize his attempts, game manager. It wasn't the high volume Roethlisberger, as he got more into the 2010s. The Raiders went out and got Kirk Cousins. I would estimate that he's going to be, from their standpoint, ideally, going to be starting the whole year. I can't think that you'll see Mendoza if things go the way the Raiders would like it to go. Mendoza's coming from he's coming from a purified RPO system out of Indiana. So playing under center, footwork under center. Remember, Oiler Titan, a large part of this West Coast offense is under center stuff, and these kids have to learn for the first time just how to go and drop back. And it's not then just drop back and the footwork of drop back. It's also, this is a system with this particular outside zone system is heavily built upon the play action. So it's your steps from under center. And then it's also, we're going to ask you to turn your back to the defense and then turn back around and have had, where you're going to be going with the ball, turn back around and let it rip. And that's one that tends to require more of a vet to be able to execute that offense. So I think Mendoza's got a heavy-duty learning curve here to get out on the field this year and play. I think if he does play, he's not likely to be very successful. I think that Raiders offense still has a long way to go into getting themselves solidified. I'm still not buying their offensive line as far as it being somehow way, way better than it was last year. It'll be marginally improved, but still a problem. And so, no, I don't think there's really a pathway for them to get to 9 wins this year, especially in this division, Oiler Titan, that's going to have so many good teams. I think that they're still a little bit out, but they're getting on the right-ish path, I suppose. But I mean, Roethlisberger was on a way better team with the Steelers than Mendoza's going to. That's night and day difference. Like, remember with Roethlisberger when he won a Super Bowl in 2005 with the Steelers against Seahawks, he had the lowest quarterback rating for a quarterback in Super Bowl history. So he was literally just kind of along for the ride with that team a bit. WD's not buying the Kubiak. He's not buying Kubiak. Bankers says, unless Simpson wins 2 Super Bowls, I have my doubts. Bro might get booed by the fan base. It's frustrating, Banker. And I try to get it across, hopefully I did on the round table, where I'm a Hawk fan and I can point at the Rams and point at that situation with that decision. And it just stands out because so much of what the Rams tend to do is so usually smart. Even if you don't agree with something 100% that they do, you go, okay, well, I can see the intelligence of that decision. This is that rare decision that the Rams make where you go, I don't as much see the intelligence of this decision. If it's a Mahomes-like type talent, if it's an Allen-type talent, and look, these guys can fall to that 13-ish territory. Like, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Roethlisberger was like an 8th, and, Mahomes was down to like 12th or something. Like, some of these talents can fall that are actually the really talented guys, and there's more questions about them reaching the upside, but they can sometimes fall to that 13. If it's that guy you're getting, there's maybe a little bit there I can get. Even that, I think it gets hard with, because you're just like, again, top 2 teams in the NFL last year, Rams and Seahawks, probably by far. Both of these 2 teams pretty much reset to go back at it again in a similar fashion next year. Neither team taking any real major step back. Everything you can add on top of the stack to put yourself above the other, you do. We're going to do. Like, we got $33 million right now in cap space, Banker. We're not done. John's, whether it's now or training camp or the trade deadline, John's putting more on top here. And I think the Rams don't have any more to put on top, partly because, as you know, like, that's part of this, why this decision is so bad with this pick in number 1 was that because of the extensions you have to give out, now's going to be the extension time of year. Avila, Young, Puka, one other guy I'm spacing out right now, Kobe Turner. All of these major contracts you now have to give out eliminates what you have left as far as cap space. This pick was the one you had to make to help the team out for next year. Hey, offense, you need a little bit more? Here you go. This is our one spot to throw on top of that particular spot of the heap. and took a quarterback instead. And it's just, if I'm a Rams fan, I'm going, that just doesn't make any sense. If I had $50 million in cap space, if I could still go down the road in the trade deadline and go make the move for that receiver at that point, and Jake's kind of talking that, he's like, well, we'll just go get Wilson down at the trade deadline. It's like, okay, well then you're throwing the future first round pick then. Okay, I mean, maybe that's the better approach to this. And there was kind of this defeatist position, Banker, from some Ram fans on, we couldn't have got our quarterback in next year's draft. We couldn't have put the package together. Like, oh really? Like the Manning family couldn't put a kerfuffle together and saying, we don't want to go to Miami. We'll have LA put a package of picks together and we'll go to LA. Like they couldn't swing that kind of power in the position they've been in the past. Sure they could. I don't know, maybe I'm taking it too far down the line, but I thought that there's a lot of this with the Rams, like, we'll just be too good. We'll be picking too far back. There's no way we could, like, yeah, you could figure it out. That's unimaginative. Kind of defeatist. Like, this is our only opportunity to get a quarterback. So then it becomes, Banker, okay, well, which is it? Is it that you love the quarterback so much and his talent so much? Or is this your only opportunity to go get a first round quarterback, quote unquote? And I kind of think it's that second thing, Banker, right? Where we come back to what drives a decision. Is it the sense of confidence and aggressiveness and intelligence, or does fear and a little bit of panic build into your decision making? And when I look at the Simpson pick, I go, a little bit of fear, a little bit of decision making in there. I think there's a little bit of like worry there. We'll see though. I'm glad you're kind of in the same place on it. Mick says, now, Brandon, don't forget, Vegas has the Rams at number one odds. Vegas is always right when it comes to the Seahawks, and I'm pretty sure they have an amazing record of predicting Super Bowl winners. Very good point. Very good point. The sarcasm dripping. Dripping. To be fair, Rodgers has a special personality. Z-Town, hey, Brandon, am I being objective when I believe we have the best coach in the NFL? I mean, you can make an argument for it. It all just comes down to, like, with this type of stuff, it's like MVP, what are the conditions here? What's the measurement? How much does longevity factor into making this assessment? I mean, you go with an Andy Reid if I think you're going with, longevity and you're trying to build both impact, longevity, all of that, If you're bringing in upside and you're bringing in, that's undoubtedly on Mike. He's having the best start for a head coach in NFL history through his first two seasons. So like if it's just that and we throw kind of longevity out the door, then absolutely C-Town. He's probably got the best coaching percentage right now in NFL history. Probably doesn't hit the minimum that you have to, rank on that. But like you can make that argument for it. It's probably a little bit early because longevity does factor into this stuff. And you want to have a guy that's probably done it for a little bit of time, because part of being a great coach is how you adjust. And okay, they solved my first thing. What's my next thing that I go to? And that's a bit of the process, developing guys and all of that, which is something that you sometimes don't get through, but understanding after 3 or 4 or 5 years in a given place. But I mean, I ain't going to turn down your argument. I know when you said I give this draft a B, imagine if you said B for Bradford. Hey, what's up, Megan? It's good to see you in the house. I do ask too. I do see in the chat. Just make sure on any debating that we have in here on this. If you do disagree with people, we just ask in here. It's kind of one of our things that keeps conversation open and going. Just we always are respectful to each other. We can disagree. We don't have to attack personally or go at each other. It's always appreciated when you do. I know it sometimes takes a lot of control on it, but it is appreciated. I remember Marvin Jones, Todd. Todd, do you know why Snead took Simpson? Nobody talks about it. Does anyone know why? I don't think that they're being very clear on this whole situation, to be honest with you. I mean, I think it could be a little bit of a situation where you had Garoppolo that you thought you were going to be able to maybe retain back in here as the backup. Backup's important on this team because you have an older quarterback and you need to have something viable there because there's a good chance something could happen. Then you had Kirk Cousins, which was probably kind of your secondary go-to thing when Garoppolo kind of fell through. It seems like he's going to retire. Once Cousins had the opportunity to start somewhere, he's off the board. What are your other options for the backup position at this point that are viable, that are guys that aren't going to skip a beat if you have to bring them into the game? Maybe you don't love what's out there. And you go, well, but with Simpson, we have a guy that can come in and if he has to play for four games for us or whatever, we have a little confidence he can do so. I would guess that there's a little bit of that at play. I would guess that there's a little bit of this with Matt Stafford's back in a yearly situation. Like, we could be giving Matthew Stafford, and it does sound like new contract negotiations are going on. And at this point, let's face it, you drafting Simpson, you almost have to give the contract to Stafford at this point. Well, if Stafford goes out next year and his back fuses up on the football field and he can never play another snap and you got to eat that dead money, well, now you got Simpson on a rookie deal and you can salvage things, I guess. I still take it to the place of saying, yeah, okay, well, great. That still isn't going to get you to a Super Bowl title with him as a rookie, second, third year guy. That's not going to happen. But we come back to like, this is why it gets so hard to justify the pick, is that even if I try to kind of pull apart the most intelligent of reasons as why you might take this, it still doesn't quite add up. Chase Stern in the house. What's up, Chase? Simpson is JJ McCarthy all over again. They took Milroe's backup in the first round. Say what you want about Milroe, but at least Milroe has the traits. Agreed. And then agreed. I do think that Simpson is going to be more akin to what we saw from JJ McCarthy. When you get too caught up on all of the stuff that's sort of like, well, the neck up stuff and the process, and he's run NFL stuff, and you get away from all of the, well, where's the mobility? Can he scramble? Can he get away from pressure? Does he have some quickness? Does he have a big arm? Can he make every throw in the game? Can he throw with layered throws? When you get away from kind of the physical, pure raw talent into some of this other extracurricular stuff, that's where my antennas start to raise up like rabbit ears off the top of a television. And I start going, careful. Because you're going to start to find at some point or another, you got those traits in tow, but you're missing from the other traits. And now you got a defense. I tell you, if I'm a defensive coordinator and I'm going up against a quarterback who I know does not have the arm strength to hit certain spots of the field, say nothing on a day where inclement weather comes into play, which in football, that kind of happens a decent amount, I'm licking my chops. I get to take a football field and just go, okay, I'm going to X out that. I'm going to X out that. I'm going to X out up over here because he doesn't have the arm strength to get it out over there. So we're just going to concentrate right into this section of the field and where we're going to basically spot up in our coverages. I've seen it throughout my life. Arm strength challenge quarterbacks tend to have that issue. Like Tua Tagovailoa. Everyone watching Tua, he's a very easy representation of this to watch. He has to throw with such supreme amount of anticipation that he's going to put a ball in harm's way. You can't live that way in the NFL. There's got to be times where you can just flick your wrist and put that thing in on with a little bit of zing to it. Because the windows are just not going to be as open, as big as they are in college to get away with that stuff. That's why Carson Beck pick sucks for the Cardinals. He's got the same freaking issue. You're not going to be able to up those RPMs on their arm strength. Arms don't get stronger going to the pro level. So I agree with you. I don't get taking a quarterback with limited physical traits. And at least with Milroe, like you say, you got a guy in the third round who both has upside as far as his passing ability goes. Like he can make every throw in the book. He needs to develop as a layered thrower. Like everything comes out as a fastball, but that can be developed. He's got the arm strength, which you can't teach. He's got the 4.3 speed, which you can't teach. Like both of those things surpass Simpson, and maybe, I don't know, just maybe part of the reason why he was starting ahead of Simpson. Just maybe. Right? It's good points there, Chase. Very good points. Oh, we got Dan Vians in the house. What's up, Dan? And pleased to get subbed on up over to my guy here on the Seahawks Syndicate, Dan Vians of Seahawks Forever. Hold on, wait, Dan. Just a second here. Wait a second here.
Sub up today, Jadeveon Seahawks forever.
Dan says, "Hey Brando, I meant to ask you this during our draft stream, but where would you have ranked Simpson in the 2024 draft? 7th, above Nix, JJ McCarthy?" One second. You're asking an interesting question. Let me double check my notes on this. 20, I'm looking at 24 here. There we go. I was just laughing, Dan, because I went so hardcore. So I'm looking up my, I'll show you guys. This is kind of fun. It's always fun to go back and take a look at horizontal boards after the fact, you know. Okay. It's a great question, Dan. Thank you for this, by the way. It's a great question. It's a chance to show up the old board here. Okay, Dan. So you can see here, this is my big board here from 2024. You guys can see that I had here, first and foremost, when you see a bolded, when you see it bolded, that means that those are all pro kind of grades. Those are blue chip players. And I had no blue chip players, of course, in this draft. You can see I had Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Jaden Daniels, all with blue chip grades in the draft. I did have a first round grade on Michael Penix, although again, I didn't have the medicals. So medicals are one of those things with Michael on this that I just came into and said, this is just purely the grade of what I see from on the field. If the knee looks like it's got a sliver of ligament left, then that would definitely impact my grade. I don't know. Bo Nix, I thought was a pretty finished product. I had him in the 2nd round. I had Spencer Rattler in the 3rd round. And then I had JJ McCarthy in the 4th round. So I had him just in front of Jordan Travis. I just got to the point where I got so much pushback at that time, I think, Dan, by my outlook of JJ McCarthy, and people were mad at me for it because people wanted JJ. Of course, he was kind of on Seattle's radar at this point. And I was pushing back against that so hard. I think I almost just kind of like really just, you know, one of those things where you just dig in your heels and you're like, fine, he's not a 3rd round, but he's a 4th round pick. How about that? But yeah, didn't do too bad on this. Looking back in retrospect, we're still a couple of years, but Fatano still TBD on that. Fashano. I think Fuaga's turned into a pretty good tackle. Obviously, Neighbors and Odunzie and Harrison still are TBD guys. They still haven't hit the blue chip side of it. Joel's got to get healthy. 2nd rounders in here. Not a lot of development from these guys necessarily. Some of them have been solid. Yeah, I had Haynes with a 2nd round grade, so I had a really high grade there on Haynes. I liked him quite a bit. I thought he was going to be really ready to go, but yeah, kind of interesting to look back on some of these. Take a look. You see how deep I used to go in the draft on these. This is what I'm going to try to do next year, is have this many guys for next year. I went deep on this draft, but we had freaking 29 picks. So what are you going to do there? But I wasn't a big fan, man, Dan. I really wasn't. JJ was one that was, so I would put him, you're asking on this, I'd put him between Nix and JJ. Nix is a 2nd round grade. I had Ty Simpson and Mendoza both with 3rd round grades, and I'd put both of those two guys above JJ McCarthy. Partly just again, because I think JJ McCarthy was just one of the ultimate prospects ever to be artificially juiced up in a major way, where, you know, you're looking at a guy similar in Simpson on having some limitations to what he does as far as a thrower and mobility wise and size wise. A guy that doesn't have necessarily eminently great production coming out of college, played in a very run-heavy system, had his college program at times protect him from throwing the ball, which I said at the time, and I thought That's as big a warning sign on a college quarterback as you will find. College is set up for these quarterbacks to have easy completions, to have, if I've got any level of talent as a coach, I'm going to lean into that talent, and I don't care if it's hardball. I'm going to let you rip it. And if I'm holding you down, I'm especially against, great foes like Penn State, they did in that one game. If I'm doing that, I'm doing so because I know I got to protect you a little bit. And if I'm doing it at the college level, that is not a great sign for me as I try to project that to the NFL level and what you're going to become as a player there. So I was definitely low on him. I wasn't buying the hype of it. And I do think that there's the commonality, as we saw with Ty Simpson in this draft, and something you got to be aware of in every individual draft so that you don't get caught into this trap. Not you, Dan, but the average fan, of course. You're hip to this game. But that there's always these guys that get artificially pushed up quarterback wise through the pre-draft process. It just every single year it happens, almost every year. There's at least one or two guys that come through, and you just got to try to target and identify them and put them back in the right spot of where they belong. Don't let the groupthink pull you into it. Knock them back over here because that's the right spot for them to be. That's the quarterback hungry teams of the NFL pushing this guy up. That's not the talent of him pushing it up. Great question though, man. Hope you're having a great night out there, Dan. Having a chance to look at Marvin yet, Todd? I'm trying to take a little bit of a closer look at him. I definitely remember his dad too. Banker says, I understand how Bills fans when they drafted EJ Manuel at 16. Todd, trade deadline, John excels, the Leo trade, DJ trade, Shaheed trade. Nobody does deadline deals better, and because John saves cap space. Yes, sir. I would agree. Nobody is better in this sport of doing it. You mentioned those ones. How about throw on top of it? Quandre Diggs, Dwayne Brown. Can't forget Dwayne Brown. You got him pulled in there. Carlos Dunlap. Megan says, Oxness, they're just making excuses to justify the blown pick. They are. I will say Rams, Jake's doing a little bit, but I will give Ram fans credit. Like Banker Elpre's in here and a couple of Ram fans that have come to my chat here. They're owning up to it. They're owning up to it in this draft itself. We're not just the Simpson pick. I mean, that's your crown jewel, but the draft itself is one that leaves you just going, huh? I mean, maybe in the late regions of the draft, and certainly the Rams have had some success in day 3, but day 1, day 2, what is going on? You're not going to have Claire and Ferguson probably out on the field at the same time. Their ultimate redundancy. So it's like now you're just guaranteed to having a second round pick off the field at almost all times because you're going to have one or the other. And even that, you're not going to have an H-back out there all the time, especially when you're going to 11 personnel and 4 wide receivers, which also get fairly mixed in there at a fairly decent level with the Rams. I just don't get the Rams. I'm not trying to be a hater with it. I don't get the Rams draft. I've tried to unpack it and I just don't. It just speaks to a team that just thinks they're so good. They're so amazing. They're so awesome. They don't need this draft. They don't need the 15th overall pick. Don't need it. I can't imagine being an organization to operate with that much hubris. I'd be constantly wanting to just try to add more everywhere I could. I'd never think it was enough, Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you for my lady from down under. Appreciate you. It's good to see you in the house as well. Happy second anniversary to the Super Bowl winning head coach, Mike McDonald, for today. Hey, happy second anniversary, Mike. On to the repeat. Megan. Hope you're doing well out there. Jack says, Brando, you think Stafford will be like his MVP year again? I have my doubts. He's getting old. I would have my doubts, not because he physically can't do it or that he doesn't have the talent to do it. I think he still does. I don't think he's lost anything off his fastball. I certainly think some of the mobility is not quite as good as it once was. Not that he was a highly mobile guy, but he's lost a little there. But the arm is still grade A. Nobody can make the kind of throws in this sport that he can make right now. And so that does still have him with the ability to be an MVP. But you bring back down to the age, and it is that when you get to that age, and I think young people, when they're covering football, don't understand this as much as us older people do, is that as you're getting into your 40s and stuff, you get injuries now, and stuff that you could bounce back from, stuff that I could put ice on, doesn't respond in the same way it did when I was 25 or even 35. There's a, wow, this is really still bothering me. Wow, this still really hurts. Wow, this is not healing right. And especially as you're still trying to play through those things and those pains and those, it's not the major injury. It's all of that stuff that kind of adds up over time, especially your lower half for a quarterback. And I've seen many quarterbacks going strong as hell like Stafford is right now. And then they just suddenly run into that brick wall of this injury happens, like with Favre and his ankles, for instance, and he just can't operate because he's just walking on just glass ankles that are just, they can't hold up anymore. They've been rolled too many times. He's pulled the ligaments too many times. There's just nothing there anymore. And so, we'll see if that hits with Stafford. It's a hard one to predict, Jack. And I thought it was amazing that he did a good job of really getting through all of last year and avoiding the big hits and smart decision-making and still making those grade A throws, still having the expectation on his throws of really kind of carrying the load. It's always kind of felt for me like with the Rams that there's been the want and the intention in the off seasons and how they built this team, the 1,000-pound wall up in the middle and Kyron Williams and then drafting Blake Corum. And the intention was to run the ball into, 13 personnel, and we're going to run the ball. And they just kind of always fall back onto Stafford, make it happen. And I'm sure they don't necessarily want that to be the case, but he's still capable of doing it. Todd says LA blew it. It could have been at Philly and gone to a Super Bowl. And then last year, it was close to us. Blown 2 great ops to get another trophy. I agree, Todd. History is such in the NFL. There's a lot of teams that have been really good and come really close year after year after year, but then just can't quite get through there. And they might have had their best opportunity on that. We'll see. You don't get a lot of these chances, man. You got to maximize them to the fullest when you can. Maze Guru, it's good to see you in the house. Hope you're doing well, man. Yeah, Tyrone Broden is going to go to cornerback, Jesse. We'll see how this transition does go. I mean, he's going to now what is kind of a deeper unit over there, and I think he's on the outside looking into making the team, but maybe he takes to it like a duck to water. You never know on that, I guess. BP, ready for this defense to take another step forward? Secondary will be top-tier elite this year. That'd be great, BP. I could see it, man. Another year with Mike with this crew. Getting them to another depth on his playbook. In a lot of ways last year, you could keep things at times just super vanilla because of how talented the front four was at generating pressure. And Mike didn't feel as much the need, I think, to do as much of the stack box simulated pressure stuff. But might see a little bit more of that this year as these guys just get more and more comfortable with this scheme. There's a lot more flavor for them to whip out if they want to. Would be interesting, Misfit, to see where the Rams have the grades on some of those other quarterbacks. See where their real conviction lies with Simpson, Oilers is were the Seahawks tempted to trade up to 14-15 when Bain slid in the draft. Will Bain pull a Warren Sapp, who also fell to the Bucks at 12 in 95 due to marijuana test? Supposed to be a top 5 pick. Well, Titan, I'm probably one of the bigger backers of Bain in this draft leading up to it, I think Bain's going to have a very good career. So it depends on how he's used, and he's got to be in the right scheme and all that. But I think it's very possible he ends up becoming the best defender that we find out of this draft, or one of the best defenders of this draft. As far as Seattle trading up, I don't think so, Oiler Titan. I think they've, number one, want to keep the 2023 draft, 27 draft capital as complete as they can. Meaning like next year's draft is supposed to be set up to be so good that you want to kind of hold those resources as much as you can. Number two, you only had 4 picks for this draft, so you just didn't have the arsenal of selections to move up in this draft, even if it's go to 32 to 14. So, and then the final point of this being Oiler Titan is that our general manager has been here for 15 years. He's never traded up in one first round in his entire life. So he does not like giving up that capital that it takes to move up there, especially for what this draft would be, which would be considered a weaker draft. But would have I? For Bain? Maybe. Banker says, Brando, at what point does the 49er roster collapse due to age, not including their youthful draft selections? Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. Holy crap. They like them older players, don't they? I think they've kind of crossed the point. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they haven't collapsed at this point and you win the games last year and you get to the playoffs last year. But let's face it, by the time you even got in the playoffs last year, you're ready to get the doors blown off you by us in the first, I guess they did get past the Eagles. I should give them credit. It just kind of feels like, a car to me, Banker, where, they were going for a certain time period and they had the gas pedal down. And now like the gas is already ran out, but they're working off the inertia of movement from the last time they had the pedal still pushed down. I don't know how this roster this year, Greenlaw, Mike Evans, Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Bosa, Michael Williams coming off of a torn ACL, Fred Warner coming off of 2 years. People forget, it wasn't just Warner last year. With the prior year, he had played with a whole fracture in his leg the prior year to that too as well. Like, I don't know how I look at the collection of all of that, Banker, and go, you're going to keep half of that. And even if you kept half of that, would that not still lead to the collapse at hand? I cannot think of a roster that's been put together with this kind of age, with this kind of injury history, this deep into what would be considered a Super Bowl window, where you're not at the beginning, you definitely in the middle. You're right at the end. I can't think of a representatory team in recent history that's been at that end of that window and been able to just sort of find their way through staying healthy for that one magical year where those guys all were able to put one more year together where they all stayed up healthy all at the same time. It just doesn't work like that. And it doesn't work like that to kind of an extreme degree. Like the NFL, this is one of those places where the NFL is very brutal to teams. It's like you put together this good roster, but you didn't factor in the injury. You didn't factor in age. 17 game season, 2 Thursday night games. This ain't basketball or baseball. So I do think that this is the year where they, remembering in last year, Banker, we all got to benefit a little bit from the easier schedule across the board that we were collectively playing due to the different divisions that we got to play last year. It's going to be a bit of a tougher one this year on that way. I don't think they're going to have as easy. I think the Niners had going into the year last year, if I'm not mistaken, Baker, the easiest schedule in the entire NFL by a country mile. You're not getting that this year. All right, if I'm not mistaken, didn't they have like almost a last place schedule or something last year? I want to say with that. So this year's the Bills going to be due on this. And I don't think they're going to be bad per se, but I don't think they're going to be good. Yeah, Kakai, not a great draft for the Niners either. It was better than the Rams, but it wasn't usually better than the Rams. Baker putting Mendoza and Simpson in next year's draft class would be fun too. Bet you they'd find their way into the second round, Banker. We got to see how that plays out for sure. You never know, these quarterbacks might fall off a cliff in their next year, but I'd estimate they wouldn't be both going in the first. Not next year's draft class either. Corey, I'd like to see Jake's big board where he had Ty Simpson, Brandon. That would be fun. Definitely didn't have him in the first round. BBAB is Sam Darnold on the same type of career path as Kurt Warner. I mean, it's a redemptive one. It's you were cast off and considered to be having nothing left. And then you came to playing the position at a very high level, where that's really rare in the sport. So there's some comparisons there, but it's different in the respect of Kurt's a guy that's, your undrafted guy, your guy that was an arena league guy. Then he comes out and he gets a chance to the Rams and absolutely plays like an MVP for a couple of years. And then, they let him go and goes to the Giants and then falls off a cliff. And then it's such a weird career arc Warner had. There's no one who's quite had that same thing. With Darnold, there have been guys that have been former top end picks that have come back around and won Super Bowl championships and been able to, realize their potential. Be it your Steve Youngs or Doug Williams, or you want to go back to the Raiders had a couple of quarterbacks in the late 70s that were able to do this. So there have been a couple of type of guys that are in that realm. I mean, even a Matt Stafford type is kind of in that same way, where with the Lions, everyone thought of him in the same way that a lot of people thought of Sam Darnold here. I think probably the last couple of years of what he's done. So there's much more of that. Warner is the true kind of strange oddity in the sport in that way. Dan says, I'm already watching next year's class, and my God, it's stacked. Yeah, it's pretty nice, Dan. You can understand why we're holding on to those picks like true gold, because it's going to be a very good class. And you can, especially if you fall in love with a certain player, you can target in on one. You're going to get guys in the second, third round. It's just going to make this draft, I think, in retrospect, look like what it was, which was just a weaker draft. It was what it was. But there's a lot of guys to already on the surface to get excited for. And I'm already finding myself, Dan, kind of wanting to jump into next year's class as it is too, just by my excitement from what I've seen from some of the initial guys, and you go, whoa. And I didn't feel that about this year's class. It took a lot this year's class to really get excited for. Maker says, well, Brandon, here's your flowers for being right on JJ. And I mean, I'll get my share wrong too, Banker. I'm not the ultimate on this. It's always where I come back to. For me, it's I even had a comment in my last video on it, talking about where people do the appeal to authority and go, well, what is the right you have to have opinions on these prospects and to be critiquing of them and criticizing them? Did you play a sport? Are you a coach? And I always say, I think it's not that it's not a valid question, but I think that if you have a guy like me that's been doing this for many years, and I'm on record with my horizontal boards, and I'm on record with my draft day takes, and if those tend to be pretty right, I think you got a little bit more room to be able to talk, right? And kind of, have maybe an opinion might have carrying a little bit more weight than the average on that. But yeah, I was confident in my JJ outlook. That was one where I was not wavering on that one. I was very resolute in the fact that this guy was being overvalued. And it does come down to just, as much as it being an intelligent outlook of me, Banker, it's more back to that rule of the NFL does this thing constantly with this position. It can't help itself. And because it all comes back down to the ultimate pursuit of doing the stupid thing that all these NFL teams do, which is let's go find the superhero quarterback to clean everything else up. Let's find the superhero quarterback to save our day, to save our tuchus. Rather than let's build this up. Let's build a system. Let's build a roster and then get a QB on top of that can then go soar. And it's two different camps of thinking, but that first camp is the one that, like a mind virus, has infected the NFL, and they can't help themselves. Just can't help themselves. Uber says, any comments on the Hawks getting more efficient in the red zone? I know they were first in differential. However, we're 30th in conversion percentage. Yeah, I think that you had a lot of good, consistent drives last year, which, I think, look, I'd love the red zone conversions to be better and more improved. I think I'd be lying to you, Uber, if I said that I know that those are going to get improved in any substantial way next year. And I would say, too, I don't know if it's necessarily a necessity for this particular offense, for our particular team and how we play it, because I'm a big believer in this, consistent drive theory. You have a tendency with the new kickoff rules to get the ball a lot further down the field. You're running an offense which is more about moving the chains than it is about big plays and, instant scores. You'd love to have those. Those plays will still be mixed in, but it's really a lot about, hey, every drive we're getting a couple first downs. And by that measure, every couple first downs, we're in field goal range. And then by that measure, pretty consistently drive in and drive out, we're putting some kind of points up on the board. And I think then within that, by an extension, naturally, you're going to get a lot of price and moments within that inside the 20 in red zone where you're just not getting the punch through conversion, but are you still getting those consistent points? And then to me, the other thing is, if the thing you can more control than the improvement of the red zone would be just more of the limitations of the turnovers themselves, offensively speaking, both interceptions and fumbles. And I think if you do that, the red zone can be what it is at that point, and you can work your way through it. But I think a big driving force last year, if I was to make a guess on this Uber, would be you were changing to the outside zone system. You could see that in the rushing attack, especially when it comes to being efficient in the red zone, it's much less about throwing the ball and it's much more about being an efficient running team. Like you got to be good at run the ball in the red zone. And unfortunately, through the first half of the schedule, the first 10 games of the schedule, we weren't the most efficient team at running the ball. And that was probably rearing its ugly head as much about down there by that red zone place. I think it did get better as the year went on and as they got better at blocking the system. And so maybe some of this Uber can be just a natural improvement by returning all of your offense, basically returning your whole offensive line, running a second year in the same system for them to kind of better master it. And then maybe there'll be improvement with that just there within. But I don't know if it's a requirement. It would be nice to see the improvement there, but I think that you can still be a very dominant team, a dominant offense, even with that maybe still remaining as something that's kind of not quite, maybe you're even kind of in the bottom half of the league in that way. Brian's on it. See, this is why you guys are smart. I didn't even see your note there, Brian, but he's saying exactly what I'm kind of saying on that. He's got it. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that. Did you touch on potential edge trade before camp starts? I wonder if a 2021 first has more value than any other years because of how the draft is viewed. Well, obviously, I think you look at a little bit of Crosby, and there's a couple guys we talked about as far as trades that wouldn't cost a first-round pick. I think that what really that comes down to for me, Randall, is in doing the research here for this, there are guys who might necessitate a first-round pick back in return. On the surface of it, if you add this guy in a trade from this team, it would cost you the first. The problem comes down to where those trades get shut down is teams have put themselves in a bit of a pickle as far as their cap situation with those said players. Meaning, they have to eat too much dead money. They don't have the space to eat the dead money. They've got void years on top of the deal. There's just not really an alignment there. And I think a part of this too becomes that there isn't necessarily as many like really true elite edges in the sport right now, Randall, to draw the first round pick. And doing the research on this, you had, I think, 28 edge rushers last year that had 10 sacks or more in the NFL. What's substantial about that is I believe that that's the lowest amount that we have had since 2017. And this is representative of course, more of the rushing attack now coming back into bloom. But it also speaks to maybe a little bit of not as much of the difference-making talent off the edge group as it stands right now in the sport. So I think you're going to kind of the heart of the thing of this, Randall, would be like absent a guy like a Garrett or Crosby becoming available, there's really not the prime talent that's going to become available based on the research I've done. There's some value guys in there. There's some, hey, you get 7, 8, 9, 10 sacks out of this guy and he costs you 7, 8, 9, 10 million a year on a 1-year deal. But there's not the prime guy to trade for a first, unfortunately here, Randall. It's just, there's no one gap for a contract or where the money makes sense to move off of. It is where it gets a little bit uncomfortable at times looking at the possible additions here where you go, you're a little closed off. Your options could shut down on this pretty fast if you don't, move maybe sooner than later on this. So unfortunately not. I did try to really hunt through this and look through these teams, but I think that's really more of the extension to me of just, we got some solid rushers in this league right now. It's not that sacks are down across the board. Collectively, sacks are right about the average mean they've been about the last 8 or 9 years based off last year. It's just that the prime pass rushers aren't there. You're truly putting it together now through a collection of pass rushers to get your productivity more than just the star guys, which you could say, Randall, makes it all the much more important to jump with 2 feet on the star guys when an opportunity presents itself. It's why I like knowing in retrospect, John went aggressively at the Raiders for the Crosby trade last year because he recognized the fact that this guy's not available at any given year, every other trade deadline. When these kind of guys jump out, I got to give the right compensation out there to try to pull them in, which I think we did. I think we threw 2 first-round picks on the table at that time. They just said no. So I wish I could give you a better answer on that one, man, but no, I think this is more about you going through Randall and signing kind of one of those edges that happen to sit out there on kind of a 1-year deal, be it, Dante Fowler or Jadeveon Clowney or Cam Jordan or Joey Bosa. It's probably going to be kind of one of these sort of picks you're going to have to satiate yourself on as the 4th edge. And that's okay too, though. It'd be nice to find a star out there, but it's it's not an absolute requirement or necessity in the system to make this defense be able to do what it does. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation as well. Randall, very kind as ever on this, man. Thank you so much. Expectations for Sammy D in year 2. Got to think his confidence is sky high after getting the ring. He showed he can win the big games and play clean. Yeah, it's I think that he found a great balance in how he played the position last year going through the playoffs. And I think that he showed what you like about Sam to me is that everybody wants, I guess, the star quarterback and as I call it, the superhero quarterback. But kind of what I like about him is you get the best of all the worlds here as far as the type of player he is. And that week in and week out, kind of ideally, and what you're going to see from him as a player is that you're not going to require him to have to carry a huge load to throw the ball at a high volume level. But when you call upon him to need to do that, he's not going to be a Ty Simpson. He's not going to be a JJ McCarthy. He is a guy that was a former top 5 talent for a reason because he can spin it. He's got that arm strength. He's got that athleticism. He's got that size. You saw a couple times in the pocket last year as I'm going through the tape preparing for the next Kubiak episode. I remember a couple moments I'd forgotten about last year where, Brian Breesy, Saints defensive tackles, got him dead to right, straight on, free rusher, got him in his hands. He just kind of pulls free and rips free of him and breaks the pocket and goes. He's just got some solidness to how he's built. And he can throw it off of the back foot. He can have a guy hanging off of him and still deliver the ball like he did on the Jake Bobo play in the Rams conference championship game for that touchdown. He can supply what you need him to supply. And he's reaching into that area of quarterback now where he's been in the league for 8-9 years to where he's really not going to get caught off guard very often. And you add on the extra part that you talked about in your donation, Randall, which is that now you have the confidence in this guy, a guy that now the one part that's been not there, even at what he was doing with his best with the Vikings, because the Vikings, no matter where his confidence went through the course of that year, the ending, the abrupt ending, the car crash ending, that had to have diminished his confidence, especially knowing he was not going to get the same offers out there in free agency and didn't get the same offers out in free agency after that loss then to the Rams with the Vikings in their final, playoff game that year. Now you go to the ultimate spot. Now you win a Super Bowl. You slayed the Rams twice over. That one team that had your number. Everyone said, oh, they got his number. They know what to do against him. You beat him twice, and you beat him twice, not just winning because you handed the ball off 24/7, because you had to do some stuff in those games to make the win. You had to drive down at the end of the game and get a 2-point conversion. You had to put up 300 plus yards in the conference championship game to beat him. And it is a part that I do wonder about is there an extra level of confidence now that imbues into Darnold that kind of electrifies him in a way that not doesn't make him into now some top 5 quarterback, but just makes him that much harder to deal with. That just makes him that little bit more better. And I think that there's a lot of reason to believe so, on top of the fact that he's another guy that gets to benefit by returning all of the offensive line, all of the wide receivers, all of your running backs except for Walker, all of your tight ends, all of that practice time he's had with all of those guys. I just get to build more upon it. I just get to make that chemistry better built in. So I think so. It is a guess on my part here, Randall. I think the last part you mentioned about playing clean, I think that he's certainly realized and found that balance of play of when I can take risks, when not to, when to use my legs, when to throw it away, when to take an L on a play versus when I should probably try to maybe force this a little bit because I've got a chance to do it here. He really found that balance, and he was kind of figuring it out throughout the whole course of the year. Even that 4-interception game with the Rams was a little bit of a teaching tool, and he used it as a teaching tool. But that's one of the cool things about Darnold is that his whole career has been teaching, like learning. You're going to come in here with a lot you need to fix, a lot you need to refine, a lot you need to clean up in what you got going on in your game. And he committed himself to doing that. And last year, even in the micro moment of his season, committed himself to, hey, I know you were playing like an MVP early on in the year and you were slinging Sammy and you're letting it rip, but you're getting us into too much trouble. You need to dial this back for the sake of winning football games, for the sake of becoming a championship team, for having a championship blueprint of play that we can establish every single week. Not this week you throw, next week you're throwing, but there's interceptions, but here's the true blueprint by how we're going to win. And that's how we roll it out every week. And we're just going to keep every week running that same thing out. And it worked. And it was effective. And it's a timeless brand of football to play, especially in the offensive side of the ball. Run the ball. Control the clock. Sprinkle in the throws in a variety of different ways, attack in a variety of different angles, take your shots here and there. Remain balanced. It works. Jack Brando, did you know, by the way, Schneed is very close with the Simpson family? That's the real reason he got picked. Yeah, I had heard that. And I mean, it would not make me necessarily feel great as a Rams fan to know that. I'd kind of like not want my general manager to have a relationship with the father of a quarterback he's picking. Like that's where like you certainly can get. I was joking about them sharing a cigar on the back porch as they're talking this kind of, but it's kind of true. It's like a guy can make a case, and there's no man that's going to make a stronger case in this world than a father for his son. Can't blame him for doing it, but it does put you as a general manager in a pretty precarious position at that point. Warner taking the Cardinals to the Super Bowl will deserve forever praise. Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's amazing what he was able to do. And you talk about a guy with some resiliency twice over. I mean, by the end of the time with the Giants there, after he'd done what he'd done with the Rams, and it just, everyone's certain by that point that he was done. I mean, you don't go to the Cardinals because that's a prime landing spot at that point. That was the end of the road. And even then, he wasn't being brought there really to truly necessarily start, but got in there and boy, cooked it up. What a wild career he had. Megan says, Hawks Nest, you were as confident on JJ as I was on Jalen Carter. Just saying, hey, there we go. Jalen's been a good player, Megan. I mean, he's not been a perfect player, and Eagles are even looking to moving him this offseason, but he has been able to avoid, for the most part, do anything too crazy. You get the occasional loogie on Dak Prescott, but aside from that, aside from hawking one every once in a while on a Cowboy. Edison, we've down this road with Clowney in 2009 and got just 3 sacks. He's not going to be better now than he was then. Go Hawks. Best edge defender for you that year in the NFL. The problem with Clowney at that time and what he dealt with here and what he had dealt with prior to coming here was that everywhere he was at, he was doubled at a very, very high rate. One of the most highly double-teamed edge defenders in the sport at the time. And that was a big part of the fact that every place that he was at, be it with the Texans after, Watt had moved on at that point, or not Watt, but he'd been bouncing around even a couple of places before he got to us. There was no other pass rushers. So just getting double and triple teamed at a high rate. And that was the same thing here in Seattle. I would say too, it's just, he's not a style of game that's ever necessarily been a high sack producing guy, but as a disruptor, and the value of what a disruptor fits to this defense, and the fact that he's a purified fit to this defense for the requirements of what you want off the edge, the fact that he doesn't cost you a lot of money, the fact that he's just Edison 2 years removed from having his best season as a pro in this very defense playing under Mike McDonald. It's not 10 years ago. It's not 5 years ago. It's just 2 years ago he had his best season. So the measure of just the sacks to me is a little bit in this case of a bit of one where I'd say, got to expand a little bit outside of that and looking at the Clowney situation. And that year in 2019, that's why you were in the playoffs, right? Like, he's the player that ends up tackling Wentz and knocks him out. Like, he's, if not for Clowney in that edge group that year, Edison, with just that 3 sacks, as much that, but with the production he brought, being a demon as a run defender, if you don't have him on that defense, you're not getting to the playoffs, period. So he did have an impact. That was not a failure to bring Clowney in. That was a success story. In my opinion, at least. I appreciate where you're coming from, though. Maker, will next year Schneider finally trade up for picks? Draft huge draft classes and cause you guys issues with your current roster. He might eventually, Banker, but I'll tell you what, man, when he hasn't done it for 15 years, and when I say for 15 years, keep in mind with this isn't even him being willing to move like 28 to 24, right? Like he's not moved up one iota of a selection up into the first round ever. So until he does it, I just go, man, there's no chances. He just doesn't want to do it. He just thinks the price is too much. And next year you got to figure, Banker, that the price is going to be pretty high. I don't disagree with your sentiment on it, by the way. We might run into this a little bit next year in that way. And we got 11 picks as it stands. But I also am anticipating, Banker, that some of those 11 picks are going to be moved in trade deadline deals. And it'll be probably more around 7-ish by the time that we actually get to the draft. Lawyer Titan was at Walmart today. Saw the Lindy's draft preview. They had Carnell Tate at 6, Keldrick Falk at 11, Anthony Hill at 28. Wow, Falk at 11. Whew. I like how they had Anthony Hill at 28, though. That's nice. And Titans had a really, really strong draft, man. Really strong draft. I think they were one of my top favorite drafted teams. No, that's the worst. Yeah, I had you guys up at number 1 on my list here, Oiler. Number 1, man. You guys did a great job. Still no edge signings. Interesting. They're waiting to strike, man. They're waiting to strike. Was Clowney the Ziggy Ansah year? Yes. Yeah, I believe that was the year of Ziggy. Well, you talk about a fork sticking out of his back when it comes to Ansah. Yeah, I was wondering that too, King Bar. It might be too, where the team just isn't as interested in Clowney on this. But he is available out there, and he was very still productive for the Cowboys last year in that rotational role. You know, there was at least that. And front office might not be as high on him as some fans might be. You might be right about that. You also have McDonald's opinion on this, which, you know, if you're not making a run at him between the knowledge that Schneider has and the knowledge that McDonald has. The other thing I wonder too with Clowney might be as well that he might be a guy that just wants to stay in the South at this point. You know, Seattle's kind of far away and maybe doesn't want to exactly be out here. Could be a factor as well. Hard to say for sure, I would say on that one. Well, we got to the bottom of the chat here, so we'll do hit some, if you can, from you guys, hit that like button today and watching the show. I would really much appreciate it as well. Please do sub on up, as it does help the channel grow tremendously. We've got working on the second Kubiak video for you guys. So if you haven't had a chance already and you haven't checked it out, please do check out the Kubiak video. It's called The Year of Kubiak. It's going to be a 5-part series we're going to be releasing throughout the course of this month. Probably about every week or so, we'll be releasing a new episode. Be about 10 to 20 minutes a piece. Just covering last year and the wild ride that Clint Kubiak had here, going from being fired with the New Orleans Saints to becoming the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. Had a lot of fun with putting this together, a lot of green screens and props and all that good stuff. So if you get a chance, please check that out. We'll get the new episode out to you guys here Wednesday or Thursday of this week. As well as we got a Seahawks Syndicate this Thursday, taking a look at a little bit of a wrap up on the offseason and just, you know, kind of where Seattle's at, where the boys are at as far as their thought process goes on the team and what's going on. We'll be turning over some variety of different angles there on the channel with that. So please tune in there as well. Of course, we got the round table in full effect, cooking up as ever as well. So be in on that as well too if you can. Much, much appreciated. If you got any final questions today, just BB, Brando, Hawks Nest, whatever. I'll answer to either on that. And we'll kind of start to put a little bit of a button on this thing. King Bomber, I really wonder if it comes down to character with him. Oh, yeah, it could be he doesn't want to come here. Yeah, it's kind of hard to say on this. I do think there's a little bit of very strong Southern connections down there. If you look at the teams that have mainly been the ones that he's kind of picked and stayed around, it's kind of near that area of play. You know, Carolina and Dallas and Tennessee, and kind of stuck around in that same sort of area a little bit there. Even when he came to Seattle, was as much of stuck in a little bit of that franchise tag situation, and they were giving him a little bit of an out to where he wasn't going to be in franchise tag purgatory forever. So that could be a bit of the factor here as well. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Something I can only explain is the Mandela effect. I knew Falk went 31, but I didn't know the Titans made the trade. I swear I saw the Pats take him. Maybe CERN was colliding at that moment, Randall, you know? Maybe they're hitting that large hadron collider right at that moment, And we went into an alt reality just as you were seeing the Pats pick in that spot. So you might have been too. The one thing is with that is that when I was like, you're watching maybe some of the ESPN draft board updates on that, like they would have a player get picked in there and they didn't exactly show the trade yet come into flick. It was kind of weird how that would kind of show updated on the draft day as it was going down, you know? So you might have actually truly seen it that way and they just didn't update the trade board fast enough. Because remember with that, Randall, there were trades happening like every pick. So I think the tracker people were having a problem keeping everything like right. Like who got traded where? Okay, this guy's up there. Okay, that team's up now. Oh, no, not that team. This team's up. They traded with that team too. Okay, this team, I think there was like 5 straight trades or something like that that went down there. And a lot of teams jumping in front of Seattle. I think that, the one thing that you saw with that and you heard about Seattle on that is that, again, you hear about now some of the problems that you have to deal with being a championship team or being a great executive like John is with the reputation he has. It's a little bit like what Howie Roseman runs into. And I think the difference between Roseman and Schneider is I don't think Schneider tries to win every trade. I mean, I think he's willing to give or take on stuff, but I think people are very gun shy with him, especially early on. As he said, he was struggling to find a trade partner first and foremost to move back. They couldn't pull that off. And then you had all these teams trading up ahead of them, seemingly as though they were studying a little bit of the type of players that Seattle might look to target in that place. And that they were kind of jumping up ahead of them to grab them. All like the Chris Johnson, who we came to understand from Brady Henderson was one of those guys that the team was going to look to target in the draft. So it was a little bit of a weird draft there at the end of the first round this year on both of those two accounts, I think, Randall, from John's perspective. But Falk might have been the guy at 32 if he had fallen too. Definitely could have understood the fit from their perspective and the upside that was there with them, as Boiler Titan was mentioning above there, with Lindy's having him as the number 11th player. I think there was a big variance on Falk in the outlook of his upside and what he could be as a player, especially for the pertinent type of scheme fit he had to be, and if he went to the right place for his build and what he did, Randall, you're awesome though, man. Appreciate all of your support as ever, bro. You're just amazing with the support. So much. Brian says the Royal is going to be key for Fleury. I hope you're right, Brian. Didn't have a plan for a Royal last year at times. And so look, you don't throw the ball a lot. You're not a high volumeric passing attack. So yes, there's going to be guys that are going to get left out in the process, but would like to see this team, and if I'm Fleury this year, working a lot more on every individual game of, okay, even if my roster's stacked up and Barner's running fully strong, how can I get some points in this game where I've get him a collection of a couple of targets throughout the course of the game to maximize him for some of those mismatches, especially when I get an opponent where I've got a slower will linebacker out in space, or I got a safety that doesn't have the legs to stay with Arroyo, or the size of a corner to stay with Arroyo on the outside. I would love to see them have a little bit more of a plan in place for him, which they just didn't seem to have any kind of real. It was just kind of like, well, we'll just kind of toss him out there from time to time. Kima, I saw a rumor that Cam Jordan was going to figure out where he was ending up soon, and there was a few links to Seattle. Very well could be the guy that they look to target here, King, and that makes a lot of sense. And you could see how this could be the ideal kind of ring chaser dude that you want to go after, So a lot of these edge rushers to me, where they collectively kind of all fit around in the same sort of territory. It's sort of half a dozen, 1-6 another. There's some certainty in that. It's not a bad thing. They're going to provide you some, I know what I'm getting with this guy thing. But are they going to give you a high level of impact with that too? Maybe not. But with him as the fourth edge, I ain't going to be mad at that, Bankers, I've seen the Jets in your top 5 for best draft classes has me shocked. I've never seen the Jets in the top 5 list outside of poor seasons. Well, and it's probably a little bit of me in this case rewarding, of course, maybe the fact that they have just more picks. I hate doing it, and it's something I try to fight against when I'm looking at this sort of thing, as far as don't reward the team that simply just has a lot of picks as saying they had the best draft, because that's not really draft evaluation at that point, is it? That's you just, glomming onto, a team with a ton of selections. But they did move around in the draft to get the 3 first-round picks they did get. Some of it's on the back of the moving players for sure, but I think they also didn't mess up those first-round picks, which was very important in this draft to not be, reaching. And so when I do look at it, David Bailey, instant starter, Kenyon Sadiq, instant starter, Omar Cooper becomes their number 2 wide receiver and hyper-targeted guy. D'Angelo Pons will be a starter on that defense, bare minimum in the slot, and probably one of the better slot corners in the league when he's moved in there. Darrell Jackson gives them a true functional nose tackle there who, who's going to get snaps on the field and help you. VJ Payne's a guy at 4.4 in the 7th round with his explosiveness, and he's got solid tape. I don't think he's a guy that's got a lot of ability to be used in a lot of different ways, but use him in a certain specified way, and I think you get something out of him. And then you even got a kid, Klubnik, who I'm not high on Klubnik, but as a flyer pick with some upside on a quarterback on top of it all, it's a good draft. There's not a lot of there's no real spots in this draft where you're like, ooh. And most of the teams in this draft had a couple of oohs. Thank you, Megan. Baba says, Brando, I'm so sick of the league always glazing the... I think you mean the Rams here. Hit you on the missbone. Bubba says, Brando, how great do you think Murphy can be, bro? We'll be doing a show eventually this in the next month or two here as we kind of do the in and out hour shows when we pop in and out, looking a little bit at Murphy. I think that there's still essentially the title of the show is going to be that Murphy's even better than you think. And he is better than you think. And he's still stuck in the nose tackle hell, and I don't think he's going to get taken out of it anytime soon. But the fact that he can produce as he did from nose tackle hell, pretty wondrous. I mean, there's this whole Dexter Lawrence stat out there about how he's this grade A guy generating pressure from the nose tackle position with the double teams, but Murphy's going to be there right behind him in that productivity here and what he's done over the last 2 years, especially last year. If we just take last year nose tackle productivity, he's got to be, one of the best in the league at what he did in that way. So when he eventually slides into 3-tech, Bubba, he's going to be a big problem. I mean, he's a big problem right now, but I think he becomes even more of a problem at that point. But you have Leonard Williams and what he's doing and how good he is that you can afford to kind of do things this way. And Murphy's just so immovable from the nose tackle position. It's so hard to not have him there because you just don't, you've taken guys like Brandon Peely and you put him out there and have him even eat 6 or 7 snaps. And it's just a big difference in the level of performance you get at taking on those double teams. So he's being the good soldier. But make no mistake about it, eventually when he does transition to more 3-tech snaps, when he's able to have the majority of his time at a 3-tech position, here's a guy that's going to be pushing into double digits as far as sacks go. And quite easily, by the way, which is very hard to do from the defensive tackle position. But I think he's got that kind of upside to him. Corey says Royal's going to be a weapon next year. I think he's got the ability to be so, man. He's a mismatch there. And there's plenty of these teams that have these openings and mismatches. Take on the Rams with a Omar Spates. I feel like I can get a Royal on Omar and I can target that and I can isolate that, and that's, you got these teams now as we move into this future and you look at what's going on in the NFL and the centric to back to trying to run the ball. And then now the reaction of defense is to get more of those linebacker types that can defend the run, your Landman types of the Rams, right? More of just pure run defenders, maybe have some liabilities as far as what they are as far as coverage guys. Well, now I can get that guy and take advantage of where the NFL's at with off-ball linebackers to be able to isolate that guy with a tight end in space that can outrun him, that has more length than him, has better ball skills than him. But how can I drive those mismatches? And that comes back to flurry and pre-snap motion and the way you can kind of isolate stuff in certain ways. Hopefully this year they're able to find a way to get it done. Certainly got a lot of talent there. King says, I have a funny feeling Fleury will not be the OC next year, whether he gets fired or he gets a head coaching job. You never know, man. OCs are, it's stock go up and down very easily in such a way. Of course, is the thought of Stevens being a right guard for the next 4 years gets me the most excited going forward. Hey, man, Corey, I'm with you, man. Nothing gets me more excited than a grade A offensive line. To have one of the best in the sport would provide a lot of confidence in the hope of us getting back to the Super Bowl again. Because this is one of those places where I think still teams don't quite learn their lesson and that they devalue the offensive line and they think it's just over costing to pay for this level of performance. They don't like doing that. But to me, the teams still get rewarded that put their emphasis on offensive line. And you can find even teams that go from year to year on putting an onus on it to not putting an onus on it. To maybe they put the onus on it, but they just lost guys. You come back to the Chiefs situation where Mahomes walks in the door initially and you got Fisher and Schwartz as your book and tackles and a solid interior offensive line. He's able to really have some great success instantaneously. Then boom, Schwartz and Fisher are just kind of done. You lose Mitch Morris off the inside of the line. You got to kind of reset things a little bit. Even when you go to the Super Bowl against the Buccaneers, you look like your offensive line looks like ass. Mahomes is having to be a miracle worker. Then you come back around and you make a trade for Orlando Brown and you draft Creed Humphrey and you get Joe Thuney in there from the Patriots and you're like, you get the thing reset and then you're back to the Super Bowl and you're back to winning Super Bowls. And then you come back around now and the offensive line's back to an eroded state. And it's like, even that team itself doesn't quite learn that lesson right, in the way that they should have, to me, in my opinion. So Seattle has here, Corey, and they've really set the stage up to be able to put this offensive line in a position to be one of the strongest in the NFL, not just this year, but for years to come. It's very hard to do, man. There's so much of a draw, I think, to go to other places on your team to try to make it better. Whether is there a dangerous snake hiding in the weeds like 7-10, 8 or a 9 team like Carolina who gave the Rams all they could handle, or a shock in the Saints, or Dallas with their free agency and draft? I think Dallas has got a real chance. I think that would be the team that I would probably isolate. I think the Saints are, you're touching on probably two of the teams that I would most isolate here. I find myself when I look at the AFC just being a little bit confused by my outlook of things. I don't know what this team is or that team. I mean, even a Jacksonville Jaguar team that won 13 games last year, I don't know that they come back anywhere near that territory this year. I'm a kind of like, I just don't know what I see out there in the AFC. But NFC wise, yeah, there's a little bit more of that there that has me kind of like, oh, this team there. And you mentioned the Saints. I think it's a wide open division for the most part there, an opportunity for them to really get into it. I don't think they've just quite got enough. They've had too much there that they still have to kind of get fixed through and put right. But, they've got some interesting parts and pieces. I like Tyson there as a matchup there with their other receiver they've got out there. That's as strong as they've been in a while. Well, I mean, they had Shaheed there too, but just a different style of receiver, I guess. A little bit more upside maybe there long term. But Dallas is the interesting one to me because I think that they smartly utilized the Micah Parsons trade capital. The defensive tackle position there, they've kind of solidified right. Ezra Raku had a really good year for them as a rookie. He's got to come back and get healthy and stay healthy there. And Caleb Downs, you got a guy for a team that needs everything they can defensively as far as help goes talent-wise, but also a guy just ready-made to come in there and be a leader, give them the best safety that they've had there for years. I mean, maybe going back to like Rod Woodson, last time they had a safety that was this good. So, yeah, they have an offense that's going to score points. That's a team that has been one of those teams I talk about that goes, did they, as much as I can clown on the Cowboys, they are a very smart team about putting investment in the offensive line. Cooper Beebe a couple of years ago, love that kid coming out of college. Tyler Booker last year, safe right guard prospect. Easy to see that guy was going to be a good player in this league. Tyler Smith, Tyler Guyton, Terrence Steele. They put the resources into it. So Dallas is in a position where they could potentially make some noise. And the Eagles, if they fall back, that division becomes very, very winnable at that point because the Giants aren't going to be anything. They're not ready. So it's like you could kind of, if just a Eagles team falls back a little bit, it's kind of like yours for the taking because I don't buy the Commanders are going to return either. How about the Chiefs? How did they do? Chiefs had an okay draft. I think other people probably liked it a little bit more than me. It wasn't a bad draft by any measure. I would say that. So it was solid. Is it enough to take them back over the top? I don't know on that. I would say Delane, you're filling in for one of your two losses at the outside corner position. Peter Woods, I wasn't as big on, but he comes in and gives you a body. Mason Thomas, I wasn't as big on, but maybe gives you some edge rush. It's just a B- kind of draft to me, especially when you're picking top 6. I mean, Delane's nice, but is he top 6? Is that where I wanted to take him? Peter Woods, did I want to take him in the first round? Mason Thomas, did I want to take him at the top of the second round? All those players are kind of slight reaches to me. But they lost a lot this offseason too. Your safety, 2 outside corners, off-ball linebacker, Chris Jones getting older, Kelsey getting older, Holmes coming off an injury. I think it's going to be a weird year for the Chiefs, maybe. I should say it's Dallas, but they'll F it up somehow. That's true. Charlie B, the Patriots go over or under 8 wins in 2026. I'm saying under, too many distractions. I kind of think, yeah. I mean, you got the distraction in front of this, which is one thing, but then you also then have the whole like hellacious schedule thing as well. So they got to play the Green Bay Packers, the Minnesota Vikings, the Denver Broncos, the Steelers, the Bills, the Jaguars, the Seahawks, the Chargers, the Chiefs, the Lions, and the Bears. I mean, they legit are going to have maybe the toughest schedule in the entire National Football League. The one thing I'll say is that you have kind of 4 free wins between the Titans and the Jets alone, though. So, like, are there 4 more wins from the rest of the schedule? Well, they'll probably beat the Raiders. That's 5. Okay, I could see him, like, probably beat the Vikings. That's 6. Oof. Steelers 7. I'm going to go under on it, Charlie. I'm taking the under, man. Corey says, I hope Stevens makes AB play better. If that's the case, the consistency is what AB needs most, and Stevens does that best. IMO, in my opinion. Yeah. Well, and it's, I mean, even beyond whatever Stevens may motivate him to do, Corey, which, it can't hurt having a guy, right on your heels, right? Like breathing down your throat, breathing down your neck. But the other part of this with AB is you have an opportunity to go make money. And this is the same thing that I said about Woolen last year. And Woolen wasn't able to fully take advantage of it, but even partially did take advantage of it because he got a decent contract. But whatever your reputation is like wide as far as some up and down in the outlook of who you are as a player, you come into this final year as a player like him who's not terribly old, and you put up a final year of really solid play. You have the offseason of your life. You're just training like a demon. And you can just hold it up for 1 year. Just maintain that level of intensity that 1 year. To your point, Corey, to take you to that next place of your game of consistency, you're going to go out there and make a lot of money on the open market. You're going to go make $13 million per year, maybe. Like the Damian Lewis deal he signed a couple of years ago. So there's money there on the table for AB if you can have that kind of offseason. It's just kind of how much do you want it? How much do you want it? And we'll learn. So they've put both between Stevens and this being a contract year, Corey, he's got as much motivation as you can put for a player to light that fire underneath him. We'll just have to see if it takes. That'll be the question now. King said, I remember when people didn't like the Murphy pick, laughing out loud was kind of funny. It's kind of interesting at the time. Yeah. And I mean, I wasn't like, with Murphy, I wasn't the guy that would have been like, I love the pick. So I can't even say this the upside is going to be amazing. I thought the upside was really good, but the pick was such a sensational pick as far as the value goes, because how many offensive players went ahead of him and how you could see this was truly a value pick by what they were doing. And so many reasons for it to be lauded. Getting the clock on Reed Murphy's ticking. When those guys retire, Murphy's going to be the number one in that room. He is. And then he'll get to go full bore, I think, at that 3 tech. And that's where now he gets to really, really take off. Give him that little bit extra wide alignment, single blocks. Good luck. Banker Brando, what did I miss? What did I miss this year for tight ends? 22 were selected. It's less about the number one. There was a collection of just stable, solid tight end talent in this draft, Banker. It wasn't sensational. It didn't have a lot of upside necessarily. There's just a lot of high floor type tight ends. The other thing of this is the transition to the 12 personnel. Last year was an all-time high rate of 12 personnel for the last 25 years of usage. 13 personnel is also, I believe, at the highest it's been in recent times. So the NFL is essentially driven more and more back into more heavier formations, and to try to drive at times, go to heavy formations. Then what defenses have started to do last year is defenses have countered to base defenses. So they've gone to more of, I run a 3-4 defense, you're getting 3-4, right? Whereas a lot of 3-4 defenses had transitioned to more of what we do is living in nickel, 4 down linemen, not true 3-4 looks of what you're showing up on the front, up around the line of scrimmage. So teams are going to the tight ends because they're going, okay, we have forced defenses into base formations. We forced them out of nickel looks. Now let's get the tight ends identified on mismatches against those linebackers that are in there to defend the run. Because teams are going more to running the ball now because that's where there's been determined susceptibility to where you can attack and get headway because of the fact that defenses transition to the cover 2 shell. So essentially defenses go to cover 2 shell, one less guy up on that line of scrimmage out there in depth on coverage. One less guy on the line of scrimmage makes me as an offense say, hey, I can run the ball. And I'm not only going to run the ball, I'm going to go a little heavier out there and running the ball because of you staying in that cover 2 shell. Now I'm going to dare you to stay in that cover 2 shell with the 12 or 13 personnel. Will you do that? No, I won't do that. I'm going to bring that guy in the box. Okay, you bring that guy in the box. Now do I have for you guys, Banker, Ferguson, or for us, an Arroyo, do I have that move tight end, that H-back tight end now that can isolate against that safety down the box and he can cook him up? He can eat his lunch? That's what teams are starting to try to do with this. So it's really more about the NFL transitioning to 12 and 13 personnel more than it is the true talent of tight ends in this draft class, in my opinion. They were solid, but they weren't sparkling. You know, they were fairly well rounded to a degree, though there were plenty of those just, I'm here to catch, I don't block kind of guys. But I think it's really just that drive of, and Banker, our two teams are at the forefront of this, in that we've been collecting tight ends, both the Hawks and the Rams, for the last couple of years. You could say we were a little bit ahead of the curve collectively, our two organizations, in that way. Corey says you have to draft offensive line. They're not in free agency or trade. This is why the Niners are going to get punked again. Yeah. I think it's going to be the thing that we talk about with the Niners in retrospect when we come to wonder, why didn't Shanahan in this long window that they had, why was he never able to get a Super Bowl win? And I think that I'm going to go back to and look at the offensive lines during that period and say, you always had an offensive line which was just not quite good enough. It wasn't that it was bad, but you never recognized that you as a team are driven by your offensive line play. You want to run the ball first and foremost, Kyle. That's your background. It's not throwing the ball all over the football field. It's not a high volume passing approach. It's running the rock. And you can't do that if you don't have the offensive lineman to get it done. He thinks, though, that with continued continuity, if I could just have this try hard that I keep here for 4 years next to another try hard that I keep here for 4 years, that their continuity and chemistry will overcome that lack of talent. No, you need both. You need both. He says, yeah, how's Chiefs going to maximize K9? He's going to have some uphill battles to go with that line where it's at. Kakai, they just refuse to realize they need offensive line. It's like it's got to be slapping them in the face. And then they re-upped another Trent Williams contract. It's like, come on. At some point or another, you got to say no, right? At some point or another, you got to look at the 50-year-old guy and you'd be like, bro, we've paid you enough. Gosh, should be spreading rumors the 49ers general manager was holding the team back to keep his job at this point. Problem there is Kyle holds a lot of sway in that room. He may be some of the forefront of these decisions. Uber says the whole franchise quarterback attitude is ridiculous. Since 2010, only 2 quarterbacks won more than one, Brady and Mahomes. Yeah, agreed. Uber, what it is as a team is it's like, what's easier to do, you know? Develop an offensive system that's specific to you with an identity, a defensive system unique, that you're fully committed to, building that system slowly and steadily through, all the while worrying a little bit about how much time frame the ownership is going to give you as far as a GM to build your vision out. Or just go find the magical quarterback, you know? Go find the leprechaun. And he'll get you the pot of gold and everything's all solved from there. And it's so, the problem is, like, to your point, it's like, you're right that there is those just few Brady Mahomes, but the Brady Mahomes create this imagination. They create this daydream. They go, I'll find the next one of those. They did that for them. I'll find another one of those too. And I don't agree with the thinking in any way, shape, or form, but it's very prevalent in the league. Very prevalent. And even smarter organizations seem to fall prey to it. Yeah, it's a brutal schedule for the Patriots, man. It is legit probably the hardest in the league. and they're not getting back to the playoffs next year. That's even without all the Rossini, Vrabel stuff, which I don't know how much that'll push into the year. We'll see how much it affects. Moose, I still don't know why Brandon hated the Murphy pick so much. I just think it's as much for him. There's a little bit of a factor of that, the acknowledgement that he's going to be stuck on the depth chart behind the guys at the 3 tech. And so where's his position? Is he going to be playing out of position? And Brendan's been around enough to see as well the times this team has drafted players and then instantly moved them out of the position that was the position that you drafted them for, that got you sold on them. And that sometimes runs counter to what you'd like to do in building a roster. But as the team showed with Byron Murphy, they had a great vision there for him and what they were doing, and they proved smarter for it. Brian says Lynch and Kyle are going to start blaming each other for the black pick, shaking my head. Lynch on the phone with him. Why won't you use him? He's not good enough. He's not ready. You said that about the last 4 running backs we've drafted in the 3rd round, Kyle. Eventually, you've got to sell. You got to sign up for one of these guys and quit dicking around. McCaffrey's not going to last forever. Yes, he will. Yes, he will, John. He's made of titanium. Not his ankle, not his Achilles, Kyle. Shut up. We sent him to Switzerland. He's fine on that now. Yeah, Trent already started to show some age last year, feed me. What's interesting about that too is he showed that age while like doing the whole prior year. I had to hold out. I was out of kind of OTAs and training camp, and I could kind of feel that from the prior year that it affected my performance. This offseason, I'm going to be all in. I'm working my butt off. I'm going to be there every day. I'm going to just get myself into my best shape I can as I'm getting older. And then he wasn't his best yet, nonetheless. And that's, look, there's not a lot of guys 38 years old starting left tackle in this sport. Don't care how talented you once were at your best. It's very hard to fight up against that father time at that age. Kind of surprising that they gave him the contract extension. Other than, I guess, they're just desperate for this one last Super Bowl window run year, I guess. Baker says 49ers asked Croc to draft their players. I would at least explain some things. Uber says both JS and Mike Pinell always talk about having a plan for players. It really shows. Yeah. And I think that there's just a lot of teams will talk this talk, but they don't walk the walk, where it is a lot more of just, they're just sort of whatever it just kind of shakes out to, that there isn't this plan in place on how they're trying to get things. And you're smarter to do so, I think. The more you can apply a vision where you can in football, the better, because football is so hard to have a vision for, because it is so reactive and moves so fast and things change on a dime. But if you can try where you can, I think it helps you in a major way. Phoebe, Hawks Nest. Brady and Mahomes also had good O-lines, and teams get exposed in the playoffs, and teams can get by in the regular season. Yeah, and again, I don't agree with it. I think you're absolutely right in that people will forget about the fact that Brady also had Belichick there, and Mahomes had Andy Reid there. And you talk about the offensive lines in place, and those were better for what those guys had and what they dealt with throughout their times there. And that's a part that, that gets lost in this superhero quarterback thing. But, and Josh Allen kind of does this, I think, and leads this. Lamar Jackson's kind of, these guys to a lesser degree have kind of fostered some of this as well, feed me. But it's a broken process. It's like, it's the path to the dark side. It's quicker. You don't have to go through all of the stuff. You can just skip right to the end and grab the guy a little bit. But it's not the sustaining way. It's not to me, there's a better way of doing it. There's a more market opportunity way where you don't have to put all of your ducks into this quarterback basket. And instead you can kind of spread off across the board and essentially build the great team. And when you look over NFL history, whatever has been the sample size of recency bias of the moment of the last 10 years with Mahomes and Brady, when you look at truly the NFL over a historical plane and what it is that drives Super Bowl success and winning and actually getting there, having great quarterback play is certainly a thing that you can see as a commonality, but having the superhero quarterback is not necessarily the requirement. And more often than not, when you see the superhero quarterback then go up against the great team from a historical NFL perspective, the great team wins out. You look at John Elway through the late 80s, gets to 4 Super Bowls. He looks like the greatest quarterback in the sport, Mr. Superhero, can do it all. But once he got to the Super Bowl, here he runs headlong into great teams. and he can't stand up to it. And they would get the doors blown off of them in the Super Bowl at that time. And then finally the mid-90s, once he finally had the team around him, yet he was less talented as a player because he was old, less mobile. Once he had the better team around him, now he's able to finally go to back-to-backers, right? These lessons are there to be learned throughout NFL history a little bit on this. But people get caught up on the recency bias, and the Mahomes and the Brady sits at the forefront of people's mind, and not just people, not just fans on this. I'm telling you, it's NFL evaluators. It's general managers too. They just can't help themselves. Baker says, I'm glad Whitworth was nothing like Trent, my GOAT. Yeah, I think, and the one thing he'll say about, Whitworth is that there was not ever really any drop off in play. He just kind of sensed in himself, okay, we got the Super Bowl. I'm good. We're done. We did it. I accomplished it. But, his play had no drop off there. He was consistently rolling along through at the end there, where I think with Trent, there's a little bit of some peaks and valleys here in what we've seen from the past couple of years. I think as you would tend to expect with guys in their late 30s. I mean, this is a little bit of the backtracking of this is the reason we don't have late 30s left tackles playing in the sport anymore. This is just that you are going to it's hard to keep that level of consistency at that age with the wear and tear on your body, especially if you're a guy that's played in the sport like 13, 14 freaking years. Like, oof. All right. Well, we've crossed 3 hours and 20 minutes into the books. Last couple questions on in here, and we will wrap this thing on up. Seahawks 360, ChatGPT. Stripling is wide receiver 1 on a lot of teams' boards. Take you at 33. Black won it all. High school last year and college. Very good pick in the 3rd round. Well, Lynch did admit to using a little bit of that AI stuff. So, I'm just saying maybe a little bit of play here, just a little bit too much for those 49ers teams. And strange as well to hear Shanahan talk a little bit about, I have all of my scouts cut up the highlight clips of these guys. And I understand as a head coach that you don't have the time to scout through as many guys. And one could probably say this is a little bit of why you want to lean on your general manager a little bit more, but I don't know if I like an evaluation process built upon looking at the highlight package of players. He's having them send the best plays, but I don't know. Isn't that the whole reason that we always say, don't just look at the highlight plays when you're making an evaluation of a player? But Kyle kind of revealed on an interview this week that he actually has his scouts put up cut-ups of the best plays. I'd kind of like to have some of the cut-ups of some of the bad plays too, right? Then the limitations of the guy too, not just what he does when things are going great. And if you're going to get the full meal deal and maybe it's a time thing where you just feel like you don't have enough time as a coach to do that. You only have the time, but then I guess I got to trust in my GM. I don't want to be pushing decision-making and player choices based upon partial data or partial film. Kind of seems like that's what's going on there a little bit with that situation. And that's one where I heard that and I'm like, oh no, he got kind of flamed for it too, a little bit. Oiler Titan, Garoppolo and Purdy were good system quarterbacks. Defense were good, but not Tampa Bay 2002, Ravens 2000, or Seahawks 2013 good. 49ers quarterbacks were just a notch below where you have to be a Super Bowl champion. Yeah, I'd agree with that, man. I would agree with that. I think that's absolutely the case in Garoppolo's case. Purdy's kind of right. I think that's accurate, Oiler. I wouldn't push back against that. And, I think in Purdy's case, I think he can be a quarterback to win a Super Bowl, but you got to have a stacked team. You're going to have that kind of defense, like you say, for him to get it done. I don't think Garoppolo ever was going to get it done to winning a Super Bowl. I mean, that Niner team in 19 carried him as far as they could pull that guy. They had multiple games where it's keeping him down to single digit attempts, He had to make one throw in that Super Bowl, just one, and that was still too much for him. But yeah, that's accurately put on your part, I think. Kiefer says, I'm from the future. The Seahawks are winning the Super Bowl again. Do what you will with this information. Let's go. Thank you for time traveling here to let us know and give us that great news. Great news. Telios makes no sense why Cleveland holds on to Myles Garrett other than asses in seats. Well, I think you bring up a good point. I don't think it makes a lot of sense for them. And I think the Browns have done some smart things this offseason, but I think one thing that I've got to still wonder about is why you haven't moved Garrett. And I come back to, are they once again trying to talk themselves into being a potential sub-contender next year, a playoff team next year, because it's a wide open AFC? And I think that would be dumb of them to do so, bringing in a new coach, having to reset almost a whole new offensive line. I don't get it either, Telios. I don't. And this isn't even about him needing them to send him to us necessarily. I just don't know why. Coming back into it, as I try to put myself in the position of, if I'm a fan of Cleveland, what I would want. And what I would want is not just hold on to somebody that keeps asses in seats. I don't think you're wrong. I think it's just like, that's as much the driver here as anything else. Go max him out, get what you can get back in return, and turn the page on things. These organizations like Cleveland, like they just can't turn the page. Look at the Deshaun Watson deal. They just can't turn the page. The NFL, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to have poor decisions. Nobody gets everything right. It's not about really who's getting the most decisions right. It's more about how fast can you pivot off poor decisions? How fast can you move off of realizing this is not going to work versus just kind of waiting for it to suddenly come to be? And the Browns have been bad about this for years. And Garrett's just another representation of this. I mean, they moved that bonus money to September for what reason now? I can't help but think, well, they were willing to make a move and trade him, but then no team gave him the king's ransom that they wanted. So then they're like, well, we'll just hold on to him then. No, take what you can get just short of the king's ransom and call it a day. You're not getting to a Super Bowl championship with Myles Garrett on your roster. So if that's the case, move it on. I mean, if anything, that makes you a little bit worse for this next year, which better sets you up for positioning to go get your quarterback in next year's class. But that's Cleveland. Bad organizations are bad for a reason, and they can't help themselves. They can't stop themselves. Yeah, Garoppolo was carried to no end, man. They worked their way through that in every way they could to try to set that up for as easy a button as they could for him, and it was still not enough. And you do have to have competent more than just like, an average guy at the quarterback position and a super stacked team everywhere else. That's the thing back to Darnold on it. Like Darnold's got the former top 5 talent to him. He can make every throw in the book. He's got the size. He's got some athleticism and mobility within the pocket. Like, you need him to carry some more of that load. It's not that he's doing it every week. It's not that you'd want to make him a high volume approach passer, kind of on the perfect team and the perfect system for his skill set, but that he can be in that system with that type of team, the guy to help take you in over that top, because he's not going to be deficient or limited. You're not trying to protect him at every turn. It's very hard to play offense when you're trying to protect your quarterback at every turn. Corey says the Niners are caught up in the 2015-17 Seahawks funk in drafting, thinking they're smarter than the consensus and blowing it up in their face. The aging roster vindicates their broken process. Yeah, I think you're probably onto something there, Corey, and that's where maybe last season could end up turning to be kind of a bad thing for them, despite the fact that they won and got the playoffs. Like if last year had been where the injuries hit and then you only end up winning like 5 games again, it maybe more puts a spotlight on the situation for being what it is, where it's like, ooh, things are a little bit troublesome here. We've got some things here that are in actuality like not great. And this is maybe going to require us to do more than just run it back. So, yeah, I think you're right about that. The drafts have been very strange there with them, Corey. They don't seem to, like you mentioned about the Hawks and having the funk, what you also notice about them is that the drafts where they're going wrong on these last couple of drafts, that they're going wrong in the same ways. Reaching for need, fitting to certain types of the draft, as far as like I've said, where you could see them in these drafts at times go wide receiver, edge, running back with the first 3 picks. And I feel like they've done that a couple of times. And so they're just getting very predictable in their willingness to go outside the consensus, like you say, and really reach for need. And I've hammered this a lot. The consensus is smart for a reason. It's taking in the collective, and the collective is going to be smarter than an individual or an individual organization. And if you throw that data away and you just determine, we're smarter, we know better, you better be right. And if the data is going against you and saying that it's wrong in a major way the past couple of years, probably time to course correct. But that's something the Niners haven't shown a willingness to do in any way, shape, or form is course correct at all. I mean, they can't even stop themselves from paying gray bearded players right and left over and over and over again. They can't help it. They can't stop themselves. But that's good for us, man, Corey. Just makes it more winnable. Maybe we'll get the feast factor this year on the division a little bit more. Charlie the Unicorn B, which head coaches are on the hot seat? Well, I mean, when you got a third of the league that got turned over this offseason, you could almost make the answer of just about everybody's on the hot seat on a given yearly basis. Certainly you've got, we got the Jets. So Aaron Glenn with the Jets would be the first guy you definitely are going to wonder a little bit about there. Bengals head coach is certainly going to be in a bit of a question here, right? Like, I forget the guy's name, but he's definitely going to be, with what they put investment wise there, the trade of Dexter Lawrence. He's probably under thin ice if they don't get back to the playoffs. Shane Steichen with the Colts. Like, the Colts have got a lot on the line here. Dan Jones coming off an Achilles here. That's another guy that could come up. Give me 1 second here. So yeah, other than that, I think there's definitely guys that could get into a hot seat place really fast, you know, be it Buccaneers head coach down there, Quinn with the Commanders. That would probably be about it. I would say, as far as hot seat wise goes. Those would be the only ones. Still a lot. Still, you can see another third of the league turned over, though. There's plenty of guys that are not coming in on the strongest of ground. Makers of all NFC West teams made the playoffs. There should be a special edition of Roundtable. There should be, man. But we know the Cardinals aren't going to get in the playoffs next year. We know that's not happening. Coke B, what did you think of the Giants draft? How far are they from the playoffs? I know a lot of Giants fans. I mean, they're far away. Harbaugh's just getting in there. He's going to establish his ground. He's going to be a guy that, and part of what he's going to do is weed out, you know, the wheat for the chaff. And what I mean by that is that there's going to be guys that, you know, he runs hard ass practices, hard training camps. He's going to expect his players to, you know, be willing to let him kind of grind on them a little bit. And that's not a bad thing necessarily, but that tends to take a little bit of time for you to reset your house there, where you don't always have players that are completely connected in that process in that way. Multiple first round picks in the top 10. So, you know, you're well set up to have a successful draft when you're picking with 2 first rounders at the top like that. And Reese and Maui Noah are good players. It's good value for where you selected them. I don't really love with Reese, you're taking another edge. You signed Brian Burns. I think you traded draft capital for that. You used draft capital for Thibodeaux. You drafted Carter last year, and now you're doing again this with Reese. It does feel like you're just hammering a position. I made the comparison like the Lions did with receivers like 20 years ago. That didn't work out well for the Lions doing that 3 years in a row. Don't think it's going to work out well for the Giants taking this track over and over again. So offensive line's got a long way to go. Scatterbo's coming off a major injury. I'm not sold on Jackson Dart being a a quarterback of the future. I don't even know if that guy can make it through a full NFL season without getting himself injured because he plays too fearlessly and he doesn't take care of his body. I also don't trust in his talent and his arm strength, particularly, especially throwing in that stadium where weather and wind do come into effect a decent amount. Colton Hood was good in the second round for them as well. Malachi Fields in the third round. So first 4 picks are really solid. Those are players that are all going to help them. But I still think that they end up finding themselves as the bottom of that division. You lost Dexter Lawrence here. They're probably going to move Kayvon Thibodeaux at some point, so you're still going to lose some stuff here as well. In addition, you had the slot receiver that they lost, the Titans, this offseason. The receiving core is still kind of pretty weak at this point. Neighbors coming off of a torn ACL. So I think that this is still like a 4-win team next year, Koken, at best. Yeah, Bengals on head coach on a very hot seat. He's gotten quite a pass here kind of lately. Yeah, Bengals did upgrade themselves a little bit on defense on paper. I mean, you lose Hendrickson, you bring out Lawrence. I mean, you got maybe a little bit better there. You're waiting on Shamar Stewart still to see what you're going to get from him. Of course, there's no more adults are in the room to override Kyle in the war room. He holds a lot of sway, man, Corey. And, you know, one thing I think that we saw about our drafts and when we went wrong in the late 2010s is that John always had Pete over the top of him as the vice president. And I think when you got the coach who's got that final say and you start to look at weird, wonky drafts, I think you can a lot of times backtrack it a little bit to the coach having maybe a bit too much say. We got to kind of know our lane. You're here to coach. I'm here to evaluate and build you the best team. Trust in me to do my job like I trust in you to do your job. And I think coaches have that tendency, the more success they have, to draw back more into that, start to hit the little turn signal and start to slide into the general manager's lane a little bit too much. And you just get too many cooks in the kitchen at that point. Charlie, Jim Harbaugh on the hot seat, no playoffs, gone. I don't know. I don't know on that. I mean, injuries were a major part of what happened last year more than it was like a bad process or improper roster building. Your offensive line just kind of got cooked up. But as I say with this, I mean, you can go from having certainty in your footing and underneath you as a head coach to being out in a heartbeat. Still, I think he has at least another year beyond this, no matter what happens this season. Anchor says, I think both Lynch and Shanahan should be on the hot seat. Dark horse need. Oh. The Eagles head coach is also a dude that could go at any time. Hey, they weren't married to Doug Peterson for a long time after he won his Super Bowl. So Roseman will be willing to move. That's a good one. And the Eagles are in a weird place where they're still very talented this year. Very possible they just go back and win the division again, 11, 12 wins once again. But also very possible that things are starting to get into a place of erosion there, you know, and that Hurts is kind of topped out. And they move A.J. Brown, and the receiving core is not quite as strong, and Saquon Barkley's another year older, and, you know, everything kind of comes up for bear on that. Corey, my bold take this year is that Andy Reid retires after this coming season. I like it, Corey. I'm with you on that one. I think that that's definitely where, yeah, I could see that absolutely being the case here. It's going to be a hard season for them to find success, and I think he's going to get through the end of this year going, man, we got a long road to get this thing back, and do I want to walk that long road at this point in time where I'm at age-wise? It'd be hard if I was in his position with the success that I had to be willing to go back down that line again, knowing how long it's going to kind of take to get this right, or what it's going to take to get it right. Yeah, well said, Corey. I disagree about the Giants taking edge. It was BPA, and pass rush is the most important group, if not one. Yeah, I think it's definitely important. I think the problem is, though, you can only run 2 edge rushers at one time. And so you're now going to have, if you can't move Thibodeaux, you're going to have a high amount of snaps where both you're going to have Thibodeaux and probably Reese just sitting on the bench doing a lot of nothing, and or having a minimized amount of snaps. I think that that's where it's like, yeah, it's maybe to the BPA side of it holds weight. I think that's where if I'm the Giants at 5, I look to move back. I think that there were teams that would have been able to move back in this draft. I think a lot of them just got caught up in the fact that they wanted to get back and return what you historically get back in return for moving back. And teams weren't quite willing to pay those kind of prices. But I think when you go this far, this many times over for one positional group, especially when the rest of your squad, I think I could be talked into it in my place, King, if you have a really solid squad, if you have a playoff worthy team, if you have a team that can go out there and get to a Super Bowl and you're doing this, then that's one thing. But when you have a roster that is so bereft of talent, so missing in so many areas, and you take this approach, it gets harder for me to justify, especially a team that's going to tend to give up a lot of points and not be in a position to rush the passer as often or to best maximize this collection of edge rushers. Yeah, so John Harbaugh said they plan on playing Reese at will linebacker, which I believe is a great decision. He might not be in best as a linebacker. I don't know if you're taking him, though, at number 5 overall, if the outlook is that he's playing as a will. You know, that being the case, this would be the highest drafted will linebacker, I believe, going back to Derek Brooks, if that's the intention of how they're going to use him. So it's, I don't think he's blowing smoke up our butt, Catalyst, and that's a way to get him on the field and actually, I guess, get some immediate returns. But we'll see how good of a will he is versus the upside he has is maybe a better edge. I don't have a strong opinion on that. I just not sure. Just not sure if they ran that draft process quite right. Brian Brady, then you just have for San Francisco general manager. He'd have to sell his Raiders stake first at that point. I don't know if he wants to do that. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation, John. He says, waiting for Sam Darnold hate to creep back into the NFC West roundtable. It's going to be hard for them, man. I mean, they held on with dear life. All of them did with kind of a death grip. Jake let go for a while. I'll give Jake credit. He got on the Sam boat before the conference championship and started to kind of like wrap his head around it. But it got to the point where it's just like they were made to look kind of silly holding on to that outlook of things. And it's going to be when you've got the Super Bowl trophy, man, when you've won that chip, when you got the conference championship performance like he had, which is like an all-time performance against that Rams team, it gets very hard for anybody at this point. It's back-to-back years with really upper-level play for the position with both the Vikings and Seattle at 2 different stops. You just don't have a leg to stand on at this point. You are literally just being a hater at this point if, they're still holding on to those kind of takes. But you never know, man, John. They did hold on to him pretty hard last year. 360, would you cough up a third rounder for Thibodeaux or would you rather sign Cameron Jordan? I'd rather sign Cameron Jordan because think about it like this. Like, I mean, Cameron Jordan, I'm getting a better player, number one. There's maybe the theoretical upside of Thibodeaux, but that's all theoretical. I mean, there's not like we've seen it or we know he's close to it. So I signed Cam Jordan. No draft capital given up in return for the better player. And then I could end up using that 3rd round pick down the line at the trade deadline to add on another part of this team. Like, let's say I get an injury to the running back position or I get an injury to the wide receiver position and I can go flip a 3rd round pick for a wide receiver rental that allows me to be just fine at that point. I'd rather that. I think that's a much smarter play. Whereas with Thibodeaux, it just seems to be a little bit of this theoretical place of like what he could be, not what he is, but kind of what he could be. That's my sense of it, at least. Charlie, will the Rams head coach retire when Stafford retires? 26? I don't think so, but it's very possible. I mean, McVay's got a broadcasting job waiting for him that'll be very well paid whenever he wants. And when that's the drive, I mean, not every head coach has that sitting in their back pocket for whenever they want to jump on it. So it is possible, but he is still so very young. It's hard to break with a guy that young that he's going to call it a day this soon. Banker Brando, who would you bet on who would play the full season? Darters Catabo. Oh, man. Whew. We got to go over under on 12 games or something with both, man. Scatabo, I would. Banker, the thing with those quarterbacks, man, that play fearlessly and they fall head first and they take hits and they run way too much. Like, they can't help themselves, man. And it's hard to run around like that in the NFL. And it's the problem with playing a quarterback too early, too, before they have had a chance to learn the game, is that they start to fall back on running the ball as a default. And that just puts them into harm's way that much more often. So I don't think Dart gets past 12 games this year. I think he's out there limping around by about week 10. But we'll see. We'll see on that. They'll probably try to restrict Scatterbo coming off the injury a little bit too and protect him some. Bankers says, Sam won me over that OT game. NFC Championship sealed it. I think it's kind of it was a hell of an exclamation point, that, right? Point Banker. I mean, given the stakes of what was going on in the game and what was required of him, it gets tough at that point where it's like, dude, it's just that's not a performance that comes along the line just every year, and it did stand out. That was his best game and one of my favorite games to watch from a quarterback perspective. Sam killed it. He did. I mean, the high level throws all over the place in that game. And look, Stafford played a great game too with it, but it was like, that was where Sam, throw for throw with the MVP in the biggest game of the year and what was essentially the Super Bowl. That conference championship was the Super Bowl as we look at it in retrospect. I mean, those were the stakes at play. You got to say that he's sealed at that point. If he had just been playing like crap for 2 years or just been holding his head above water, it'd be one thing, but having the years he did statistically, producing like he did the last 2 years, and then putting that performance up in what he did, I think that becomes the spot where you go, okay, he's got to bring you over. You don't have to say he's the best quarterback in the sport. We don't have to overstate the case. It's always been about he's a top 10 quarterback. And when he's at his best, he's probably rounding up into the top 5 when he's hot and he's at his best and he's cooking it up. But then it's probably kind of in that week in and week out, it's kind of in that territory of things, of where he'll kind of be, John, thank you for the $2 donation. Silly, like a poem and a hat, laughing out loud. That's right. They all fell into the trappings of my poem bets and my hat bets with their Sam Darnold hate. I was trying to turn them around. I was trying to see that hate was coloring their heart here in their evaluation. I put bets on the line to get them to change their ways, and it did not work. Young says, when is part 2 of the series coming out? I am in the midst of filming it. Tonight, when we go, after we finish going live tonight, I will be getting back on and doing some more filming of it. So I've got about a quarter of it filmed and edited up. I've got a lot of the prep work done on the stuff I need to do through the rest of it. So I'm hoping this week, Young Guns, Wednesday or Thursday is what I'm hoping to shoot for. But some of this stuff can take a little bit of extra time because it's a lot to kind of put these together. I love doing it. It's a lot of fun. But it just takes a little bit of extra to get it just right. But hopefully Thursday is about what I think we'll be targeting for the part 2 of the year of Kubiak. Yeah, Jadeveon looks good. Doesn't he, Stitch? Abdi AB, what kind of player do the Hawks have to add from now to week 1 and becoming best offense in the league? I don't think you're adding anything else, Abdi. Right? I think the offense is set. You've got your starters, you got your backups, you got your backups. I mean, you got your 6 receivers deep at this point. So I think you're only going to be really looking to add to probably defense as much as anything, and specifically really edge, maybe safety. But aside from that, I think you're pretty good to just kind of hang back and trust your roster for where it's at. Seahawks 360s with me. He says, I think we have the offensive pieces to be the best offense in the NFL already on the roster. I would agree with you, man. And returning all of the starters goes a long way to helping that in addition. William says, will Hawks repeat in the NFC West in your opinion? Who is our greatest threat? Yes, we will, William. And the Rams do remain our greatest threat. We're returning a lot of we're not losing anything from last year. The Rams really aren't losing anything from last year either. And they've added on top of it with the 2 cornerbacks that they've added in free agency. So I think we will remain the 2 best teams in the NFL. Is it by far next year again? We'll have to see on that part. But I do think we're the 2 best teams. I still think that we're the best team in the NFC West. I'm not a big buyer on Rams just simply add these 2 corners and kind of punt on the draft and punt on the rest of the free agency, and that makes them better than us. I'm not sure I'm buying into that. I think there's some natural improvement that you see from the roster that was the 3rd youngest roster in the NFL, yet still won a Super Bowl last year. I think as well, we're not done with the edge group. We're not done adding onto this roster, and that once you add those kind of final piece or 2 onto this roster, that puts us right back in the prime position. He says, woohoo, looking forward to it. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate you watching it. And if you guys do get a chance, please do check out the Year of Kubiak. I just released it this last week. It's going to be a 5-part series we're going to release out throughout the course of this month. Just look at the season that was. It's a little bit of humor, a little bit of drama, a little bit of fun. Just having fun with some green screens and whatnot on that. But do please check that out. Taker610, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that. Sam is just like any other quarterback. He puts his pants on one leg at a time. The only difference is once his pants are on, he goes 14-3. Indeed. Oh, that's good. As Catalyst says, beautifully put. Beautifully put, Taker. Beautifully put. And he's a hell of a quarterback. I'm glad he's our guy. It's so hard to find the quarterback. All these teams are in the hunt for the guy that can have this and have that and have this and be a good leader and not have the off the field stuff and then be a hard worker and commit to improving. And it's hard to improve as a quarterback. It's a lot of you're just yearly chipping away. And then you get a couple years down the line and you're like, wow, I've improved myself. I'm more refined. My footwork's a little bit better. I'm a little bit more accurate. My arm strength's just a little bit more improved as I've gotten my mechanics down. It is that way. It's not going to give you those returns that are just fun all the time. But Sam has been a guy that has committed to working his butt off to get here. You don't turn yourself around from what he was walking in this league as a guy who had a lot of work to do. He was not a finished product coming in this league. There was a lot that he had to get right. And he did so. And he has earned this success. And it's why his success going forward will be sustained, because he didn't get here because he happened to land in the right place. He got here because talent married to hard work. And when talent marries hard work, that's where you can get a guy that can be on his way, if not to greatness, to helping you get to greatness as a team, which is what Sam helped us to do last year. But Taker, that is wonderfully put on your part. Wonderfully put. William Flack, anytime, man. Thanks for popping in. I love the chat in here, and it's always a good time with you guys hanging out and chopping it up on this stuff. Charlie says the Rams roster not as deep of a roster. I don't think it's as deep as our roster. No, I don't think that they have the commitment to the special teams that we do and making our unit the best special teams in the sport. Not really the best special teams unit in the sport. That's the kind of commitment we put towards it. But a big driver of what we had last year was that depth. And I'll tell you what, if they lose an O.J. McDuffie for any sort of significant portion of time, that cornerback room's in some trouble. That safety room isn't the best in the sport. It's all right. Those off-ball linebackers are all right. We are kind of waiting for Jared Verse to take another step in his game to be the defensive player of the year type of candidate that the Rams thought they were getting there after year one. We'll see. That's the part that will be interesting. They're still going to be a very good team, though. I'm not saying they're going anywhere, but are we still a little bit better? Yeah, I think we are. I don't think that we've lost some great length to them, as is kind of the national perspective on this a bit. Yeah, this Rams offensive line lacks step big time. They have four incoming free agents on their offensive line. Definitely part of the Keegan Tross drafting is kind of reinforcing that as they can, to your point. Duran wouldn't mind 2 veteran edges, Cam Jordan or Clowney or Bosa or Fowler or Gross Matos. I'm with you too, Duran. Kind of fascinated by this idea as well. I think it's one thing that informs this is I think it's going to be hard to get the guy that's the fantastical edge, the Crosby, the Garrett. I think it's going to be a hard guy to end up solidifying. I don't know that guy's going to become available. So can we do the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, Duran, where, okay, you got these guys cheap, be it a Cam Jordan and Clowney, it's like 1-year deal for yay amount of money. And the combination of the two of them is like $12 million off a cap that you have $33 million to spend right now. Is that a worthwhile investment to stack this 5 deep, to know that you've got the depth reinforced if any injuries hit, to keep them fresh on rotation? To me, it's kind of worth it. I'd kind of be open-minded to it. I think it's a creative solution to this situation versus everybody kind of hammering that we have to go draft guys. You have to go take guys, and then you got to wait on them to develop. Well, let's get stuff that's already developed. Let's get absolute true blue production that we know what we're getting. I like it as an approach there, Duran. Abdi, Sam has mixed attributes of Favre and Brady playing style. He kind of does. I like that, Abdi. Yeah. Yeah, there's a little bit both for the good and the bad, especially with Favre, Get a little bit of both on that. I feel like Bosa being on the Hawks just doesn't sound right. It kind of doesn't. It just doesn't. There's stuff that feels feasible, and there's stuff that's just like, no, there's no way. That's one where I did include him initially on my list of guys as a possibility, but he does feel like one where don't know if that's quite the fit to this team. You guys sneak peeked into next week's roundtable. I feel it's going to be the same. I don't know yet. I got to see what we're going to be looking to chop up. I know we're going to start to get creative with some of these episodes here in the future on the round table, but I'm not too sure yet. We got to kind of see still. Yeah, it'd just be a little weird. Technically he does fit. I don't know how interested he is in playing the run, but you may not need that as well. If I can pick two, says 360, Fowler, Jordan. Those are good picks, man. I wouldn't have a problem with either of those two guys. Kind of get the Fowler, Averill, Bennett vibes off Fowler, Jordan. I get it. And similar, where you're getting really good value for guys that are very productive pass rushers. You're not getting like stars, but you're getting guys that for the price you're paying, that's pretty good bang for buck. Banker, anyone think Cam Ward would be a sleeper dark horse quarterback in fantasy? I'm thinking of having him as my QB1 in round like 9. Ooh, QB1, huh? Whew. Yeah, for a sleeper, it's not the worst of ways to go, you know? He's going to be throwing a lot. You can't deny that. I do feel like maybe you could find a better sleeper somewhere, though, you know? Like a Tyler Shock, maybe instead Banker, you know, a little later on. But it's not the worst of ways to go there, especially the round 9. You just better have another quarterback round 10 you're going to with some backup there, though, too. That would be good. All right, folks. Well, we will put a button on this catalyst. Ideally, I'd like Dante Fowler, Cam Jordan because of productivity and fit with Aiden Dirty. I'd be good with those guys. That would get me excited. I would feel like we could kind of go, oh, we're good. We've dealt with the edge. We can kind of move forward now and just let this team kind of sit, develop, see what we got. And maybe we make some moves down the line if something comes up to be needed to do so, but you don't feel impelled to have to do anything at that point. So I would love this approach, man. And I think Seattle's in a position right now to be able to kind of wait this out. They don't have to do anything right now. You can kind of wait and afford to kind of let this stuff sort of settle in a bit as you go through kind of the dead period of this NFL offseason. But I'm expecting sooner or later the team will make some kind of move to reinforce this, and you're going to do it before you get to training camp. You're not going to just wait with what you got all the way through training camp. Some move will be made off this edge group. They will address it somewhere. It's just about where. And that's the interesting part about what we turned over on the show today. I thank you guys for watching. I like how William mentions it. You got to sometimes let the roster marinate a little bit. You know what I mean? Got to let it marinate. Let's see what we got. You know, we still got the money at that point. We still got the 11 draft picks in next year's class. We still got all of the freedom of cap space we can create if we got to put base to bonus deals like Uchenna Nwosu or something. So you got all of that in your back pocket if you got to do something online, but then you can you just let it marinate, you know? Let it slow roast a little bit at that point. And then I'm telling you, that pork's going to fall off the bone. You're not even going to have to shake it. You just kind of hold it and let gravity take over at that point. You know, that's all you got to do. So a couple programming notes. We come back to the Seahawks Syndicate this week. Again, please do check out that Year of Kubiak. Really proud of this. We're going to be doing this 5-part series. Would love to see your guys' feedback on it. So the more people that can watch, the more feedback I can get on it, the more I can know whether or not this is the type of stuff you like to see for the future. It's a little bit of different kind of content than I normally do. So we're kind of trying a little bit something new on this. Let me know what you guys think on that. We'll be getting another episode of that out this upcoming week as well. Of course, we got the roundtable on Tuesday. NFC West roundtable gets subbed over there, just a separate channel. I've got the clips channel rolling strong right now. We've got like clips almost every day popping up over on the NFC West, on my Hawks Nest clips channel, separate channel here. If you're looking for just clips of the live streams kind of chopped up, you can find it over there on that side of it. And yeah, thank you again to Prize Picks again for sponsoring the show today. Thank you guys for watching on the channel today. If you guys can, again, hit that like button if you can for me. We will finish up with this last question here with Abdi. Thank you for chopping up with me today, Abdi, on this side of things. What is a realistic Crosby trade? I think that the Raiders are going to be hard pressed at this point to find a way to get themselves back the 2 first-round picks. That's just a pipe dream at this point. It's not going to happen. I would say that you're probably going to be looking at, like, to me, a first and a third is probably about what the Raiders can, hope to get back in return here, would be my estimation. I think part of the Cowboys, or not the Cowboys, part of the reason the Ravens gave it 2 first-round picks is you had a bit of a bidding war at that time. I don't think that same bidding war is going to be at place. I think more of now the reputation of his knee and the problems of his knee are going to carry some of this a little bit. And then as well as that, you've got a stronger draft next year. You're giving up first-round picks in this draft, and you're just like, this draft, So probably a first and a third and maybe some other kind of kicker in there where it's like a first and a third and you're throwing in a Tyrese Knight, a first and a third and you're, maybe throwing in an edge rusher on top of it, to kind of seal the deal at that point to make it go through. So I don't think it would be a first and third like Derek Hall, but maybe it would be something like that too. Maybe that would be the kind of requirement on there. It's hard to say quite as much with confidence like I normally could here, Abdi, because of the fact that his value's been kind of changed because of the nature of how that whole situation broke down and the surgery, and then how much the Raiders are driven to want to move him versus we're only going to move him if we get the right offer, which is where they've kind of been sitting prior to this point. So it's a tough to predict because so many different factors at play in this situation with Maxx that make it a little bit muddled and unclear. I like what the Titans have done as well, Catalyst. I think there's a lot of work to be done with that organization. They're operating from the right mindset to do so. I didn't like the Devondre Sweat move on their part, but I guess they're changing defenses and Sweat doesn't really fit to what they do there. So, whatever. That's going to happen when you change coaches. Had a really good draft, though. Have had a pretty strong offseason overall for the most part. They got a long way to go, though. Long way to go. Taker610 with another $5 donation. Thank you for your support today, Taker. You're awesome, man. Remember, say Jadarian like you're a pirate to pronounce it correctly. Jadarian Price. Jadarian Price. He goes there. Jadarian goes there. Indeed. It's going to take a little bit of time usually with these pronunciations to kind of repetitiously just kind of hit it in a couple times before it sort of sets. But he's got an interesting name. We got to get a nickname on him, Taker. That's going to cut through all this, man. JD, or we got to find some nickname for him on this one. And that'll shorthand this thing real quick at that point. But thank you, man. Appreciate your support today, brother. I salute you. Always so kind with what you guys give. And you guys are more amazing as ever today on all the donos and membership drops. And thank you to the members of the channel. We'll be getting a call-in show here shortly. I'd love to get some of your guys' thoughts on the member front from this draft and what you think about this offseason. Get a little bit of feedback from you guys on that side of it. So Abby says that'd be fair. Thank you, Abdi. Yeah, I'm certainly on board, by the way, with being aggressive on Crosby if the deal does become presentable. If he is available, I'm still jumping on that with 2 feet. Because as I've looked at this situation, you can find capable pass rushers here. You can find rotational rushers here who can give you efficiency. But you're not going to find the level of impact that you would get from Crosby if you can get your hands on him. That player becoming available between now and the trade deadline is not going to happen. He is that unicorn. If he does exist, if he is available there to be had. But that's the question. And that's the part that we will soon see and figure out here at some point. Much love to you too, Kevin. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, Catalyst. You as well. Taker, you're awesome, brother. Appreciate you, man. Abdi, we will catch you on the next run here. I do think the Raiders are going to trade him before the deadline. The part that I've come back to with Crosby is that they moved Crosby. They had a budget in place. This is not a cash-rich organization. I know this seems silly from many of your perspectives of like an NFL team not having money. Raiders don't have money. They were a team that purposely made Jamarcus Russell hold out so they could save some money on that deal of signing him back in the day. Okay, so this is a team that they moved Crosby, made all of these big signings, then they had the Crosby money and his $30 million come back onto their books. I don't think that they had that budgeted in. I think that they know that they have to more give him away now if they do trade him, so they're kind of waiting just a little bit. But I still think that that's as much of waiting to let him get a little bit healthier, a little bit easier for him to pass a medical. Maybe we can get some more teams more interested at that point in time. So it is really, they're just hoping here as much as anything else. But I do think they end up moving him as much because they just don't have, I think, on their books, the money there to spend for this. I don't think they anticipated that was the way this was going to work when they were giving out $27 million per year to Tyler Linderbaum. But we shall see. We shall see. I thank you guys today for another great show here. You guys always bring the goods on it every single time with some great discussion. Keep me laughing, keep me thinking. I know you guys are ready for this team and you're ready for this season already. Is this offseason over yet? Well, not quite. Got a couple months here. Got a lot set up for you guys. We'll, of course, be transitioning to more kind of the hour in and out shows as I go. I know you guys are in the Pacific Northwest, get busy in the summer, and you're out there enjoying the sun and doing what you do. So we'll be in and out as we go through on this. We'll maybe be sprinkling in a couple of Mariner games as well in on this. So stay tuned here. Channel will remain active throughout this offseason. A lot of content set up for you guys to come down the line on it. Really, really appreciate you watching. And from the bottom of my heart, love you guys. And thank you guys always for just a great time here every time I get to go live and chop it up with you guys. Your team's the champs. They're chasing us. Your team's returning everybody back next year, and they're well suited to go out there and repeat. So I shouldn't have to remind you guys about what this team's getting set to do this upcoming season. I shouldn't have to let you know that they're going to be even better. I shouldn't have to tell you that Vegas is once again making the same mistakes they always make. I shouldn't have to let you know that the national pundits are once again saying that we ain't the first place team, that they're not treating us like the champs. I shouldn't have to let you know that we were once again falling just beneath the radar, but that is just where we want to be. I'm going to let you know anyway. Don't you ever forget